Oh man, that's weird. Saw myself behind myself. Sounded deep. Um, everything's get out of my way.
Do you know which Wi-Fi we should connect?
Yes. It's the innovation guest. And I'll put uh the deal up here quick. Wi-Fi innovation dash guest capitalized. Okay. And then it's in and out of the two. Can you read it? Make it bigger. Can't change the size of my text. Back here. Quick, do my share my screen here. Do my share.
Finally, here and listening to the radio. I think Bill Clinton is at the memorial.
I didn't hear it was the speaker.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is it today?
it is today.
That's why we're here, huh?
Yes.
Because it would be terrible to try to park around all that.
Yeah, they race right in front of the verge, so.
This is so nice.
I know, right? It's-
Anyone have trouble with parking? No. It's just how fancy it looks, maybe like a trail. Am I supposed to park here?
The first time, this is only my second time here, the first time, I just parked in the street, I was like,
Oh, yeah.
I just across the street is the Department of Corrections.
Oh.
And I was like doing laps in that parking lot, then I realized, I should be doing that. It is so nice all around. You can smell it.
Yeah.
This whole thing is, they call it the innovation district. There's just like another kind of new like area. I guess so, tech, entrepreneurship, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
So much space, talk real loud today, I gotta sit down, ridiculous. Cool. I know, I'll be like, listen here. So today's gonna be work day mainly. We're gonna work on getting our stuff from our coffee shop JavaScript to the server instead of in JavaScript. Some things we'll leave there, like the weather API. There's nothing that needs to be secure, right? When we're getting that, so that can stay in your JavaScript. But as far as like reaching to our database, all that will need to be moved to the server. So, and I'll walk you through that again, and then what y'all kind of do stuff. And then I thought if once y'all get that done, if there's time, then we'll kind of think of ways we can improve our site and just kind of make stuff happen. Okay, well, if y'all are ready, then everybody get on the Wi-Fi. Good to go. Cool. It's right there, right here. Either way. Some folks are gonna be coming in late, so you know they'll come in when they do. If you didn't get a coffee or whatever, you're welcome to. If you buy something, then it validates your parking. So you don't have to, I think it's $10 to park if you don't. So and they got food and drinks and all sorts of stuff. When, oh, did he? Okay, okay. Okay, I didn't know. That'll work then. Cool. Then yeah, eat or drink if you want then. Before I get started, do y'all have any questions about homework or anything? Questions about homework or anything?
And didn't finish like two,
On which part?
the legacy JavaScript algorithms and data structures.
Let's see.
Arrays do stuff. Grades. We're gonna need hours over grades.
Yeah, you'll get plenty of practice with those,
Understand
yeah.
how everything
Yeah.
connects.
Which section, the basic data structures or the,
Modifying an array, storing an object.
modify, when nested within an object? This one?
The very last one.
Oh, the very last one, okay. Let's see. So many words.
I know, like, that's
Okay.
how sometimes I get to, it's like, oh man, I gotta read them.
Yeah. More complicated than it actually is, and so then I just get like frustrated.
Right. Okay, so let's see, take a look at the object we provided in the code editor. The user object consists of 3 keys. So we see the keys, right? We have name, age, and data. So those are our object keys. The data key contains 5 keys. So this data object has 5 keys within it, right? Okay. One of which contains an array of friends. So this guy right here. So that's our friends array. From this, you can see how flexible objects are as a data structure. We've started writing a function add friend, finished writing it so that it takes a user object and adds the name of the friend argument to the array stored in that guy and return the array. Okay. Okay, so we got a function here. So we want it to take a user object, so that's this, and add the name of the friend to the stored array. Okay. So we know we're going to be putting it in an array, right? So how do we put stuff in an array? Anybody? You can push it? Yep. So we know that. Finish writing it so that it takes the user object, adds the name of the friend to the array stored there. So in order to get to that array, we're going to do the user.friend.data.friends, right? So if we did user.data.friends, we know that that's the array, right? That's this friends array. Does that make sense? Yeah. So if we did that dot push and we just threw like a random name, like random name. Like we would think that would then push it in there, right? Are we fine? So let's see if we just, I'm gonna take this out of here. We'll do it in real JavaScript. Let me just gonna make a new JavaScript here. Anyone who needs the internet. Index.js. Okay. I just moved that free code kit thing onto here so we can just run it here. So let's see. So if we call our add friends, which is doing here, it's console logging that. So it's going to pass in Pete. So yeah, we can just do name here or friend. Okay, so when it's called, it should take this user object, right? Because we're passing it right there. And then this name friend, and it should push it into friend. So let's see if that works. So if I do node index.js, if I can type undefined, because I'm not returning anything. So let's console, let's do it this way. Console log. User. Stop trying to help me. Turn this off. Friend, okay, so put Pete in there, yep. Yep. So yeah, so I don't know if this is the way that it wanted it done, but let's see. Because I'm not even using user object. Okay, so I already got that there. Let's change this to friend.
The only additional thing you have to do is just return the user dot out frames to the console log.
Oh, yep, you're right. It says return the array. Yep. Follow directions. Oh, here. Yep. And then we're just returning that array. So data. That. There we go. Cool. Okay. So this, all the words make it confusing, right? Because like, what the hell? So when I get a big thing like this, like I like to like pseudo code it out. So break it up and say, okay, first thing it wants me to do, I know I'm gonna be writing a function that's got this add friends, which it already did. So I'd write, step one, blah, blah, and then this line is just very difficult, right? Because it's very like bleh. So just think about you're taking the user object and you want to put that in the friends array, right? So that part makes sense. So then you have to think about how do I get to the array, and then be sure to, like Robert said, you gotta, read all the directions and know that you got to return it so it'll get there. So it's a whole lot of words that really just mean you're just going to put it in that array. So makes sense. Okay, cool.
It's weird. Yeah,
Did anyone else struggle with that question?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay.
Most of the array stuff went up.
Well, if we've got time for it, now's the time to ask.
Yeah.
it took me a while to do the one that had like the nested arrays and we had to like go down like 5 levels or something like that.
This one.
Yeah, I think it was that one. Maybe it was that one. I don't know that part looks weird. No, I think I might have been before that one. All I know is all like, here, add this in at level 3 and here's a level 4, and make sure to take it down to a level 5 and by the
Okay.
time I was down to level 5, I was getting lost in all the levels.
Yeah.
It's two above where
Oh, this one.
Yeah, that's
This
the
one.
one.
Okay. Yeah, so these will get better with more practice as when you're getting an API back, it's got like the Pokey API, that's got all those different levels. You'll learn how to drill down into it and get like the specific one you need. So
Yeah,
this is,
the part I had the most trouble with is knowing where to start.
mhm,
And then once I was starting, it was, once I knew where the level was, it was easy to follow it out there, but just knowing where to start adding into the levels where I wanted to, I was struggling with that.
Yeah. Let's see what it says. Okay, so we defined a variable my nested array, which is this guy here. Set equal to an array. Modify my nested arrays in combination of strings, numbers, and booleans for data elements so that it has exactly 5 levels of depth. Remember, the outermost level is 1. Somewhere on the 3rd level, include the string deep on the 4th level. Okay, so it wants us to get to the 3rd level and add the string deep to it. So this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, right? That's what it's
So
saying.
each of those should be level 1. Each of those arrays are at the first level. So like what I found up in having to do is you had to like break up one of those at the level 1.
Mhm.
Put, another array inside that, and then array inside that, and array inside that, so there ended up being like 3 sets of brackets inside there. That's where I was getting lost, is
Modify.
each set of brackets within the brackets is another level. Eventually, you just had so many brackets, it was quite a huge job.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, I don't think I've ever ran into a situation like this in real life, like where I would need to put it like somewhere way down there. Yeah, there'd be better ways to do it.
So like arbitrarily, eventually I found that, I mean, I could pick pretty much any of them, so I just did the middle one. Added a line after spread and put in another bracket and then another bracket, and another bracket.
Mhm.
And then I was kind of guessing about where to put deep and deepest and all that until finally I got it right.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay, well, we won't go through this because, yeah, this should not happen, right? So that'll be okay. And again, as far as like objects with arrays in them and such, going down and down, like that stuff you'll do, but it won't be like that. It'll be like find the data you need. So basically, we would get back like, an object like this, and then you'd want like name, right? So you would drill down to get name, stuff like that. We're not gonna try putting something in there. And you may, I mean, there may be reasons to do it, but this is a lot more common as to what you would do.
So professionally speaking,
Mm.
doing multi-level arrays like that, how deep would you say is the most you usually go?
So like if you have like an employees array, and each employee is gonna have, a gender, job description, blah, blah. So it may go like 2 or 3 in there for each employee, depending on what it is. But I mean, this is very much more similar to what you would do. It's gonna be a lot more objects that may have arrays within them than it's gonna be array within array within array within array. That'd be like, I think you were doing the Minesweeper game, weren't you? Or
No.
somebody was. Maybe we were just talking about it, but like a grid game like Minesweeper, like you're gonna have arrays within arrays within arrays, right? Because it's rows and columns and so on and so on. So if you go into game development, you very well. Okay, yeah. But yeah, for most of the time, this is what you'll deal with. You won't deal with that. Especially if you're the one building the object, you're gonna keep it clean, make it look good. So. Very nice. All right. Any other homework questions before we get into this? No, cool. So the best thing obviously is to build. That's how you're going to learn the most. So let's jump in. Let's get our coffee shops up. So that we can start messing with them when we get off of here. Okay, so everybody got your coffee shop open in your editors, in your VS Code. There you go. Okay. So let's look at our JavaScript. So our script file. Get rid of that guy. I'm just deleting this one. We're just messing with it. Okay. So what do we have going on in here? So we've got at the very bottom, we have an event listener that we made, right? So this is what happens when the page loads. It's gonna call 2 functions when the page loads, the create menu and the get user location. For the get user location one, so if you control click on the array or on the function, it's gonna jump you to where that function is. Like I was saying earlier, this doesn't really have any private or secure information in it. So we could move it to the server if we wanted to, and just get it from there. But we don't really need to, right? Because there's nothing, like I said, private or secure in this that like a hacker would see that could mess us up. So this is just fine to be on the front end. The things on the server we want are things that are like either really computational heavy, that might not be the right word, but very heavy in their processing that are going to take a while, or things that are private, like reaching out to a database, stuff like that, right? Or using like Stripe or something like a financial thing, information you don't want exposed in your browser, because your browser is very open. Like you can see, if you go to your browser tools, like there's all sorts of stuff in here that you can see, like in memory, maybe not memory, application. Yeah, so in here, like we have local storage and session storage and cookies. Like there are a bunch of things that can be put into that stuff that are then just totally exposed here. And there's ways to hide them and stuff as well. But if you can do it in your server, you want to do it in your server. If it's information you don't want to get out. Yeah, so local storage, I think we were doing, yeah, the key value. So when we logged in, it put it there. Let me see if I can show you. Oh, did I actually had a username that I had to use tonight? I think that'll, yeah. What is our username? Oh, Brian. Very secure. Okay, so now if we look at our console, oh, maybe we didn't put it in storage. Well, oh, we stored this variable to see if it's the first time logging in. Well, so we could have put our login stuff in here if we wanted to, which we wouldn't want to do that. But point being, keep it on the server if it needs to be secure. If not, it's okay over here. Everybody good with that? Okay, cool. Okay. So let's go to our code. So yeah, so the get weather one we'll leave alone for now. I think later on, if we want to, like right now, we're just saying like, why don't you try a latte? We're not really saying what the weather is, like what the temperature is or anything like that. We're just kind of suggesting based on that. So maybe we could say, oh man, it's 81 degrees out, try a latte or something, you know, bring some more data back to kind of make it cooler. But the create menu one, so the menu will come from our database eventually. Currently, it's just coming from our, where's it coming from? From our menu. I think we just have it stored here, right? Yeah, right here. So just this object. So we can move this object to our server and then bring it back with the route. So then we can have it there. Obviously, we're going to put this in a database next week. So then we can actually reach out to the database and get it and bring it back. So this is our fake database right now, this array. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is just grab this guy. Oh, sorry. Nope, that's not the first thing I'm going to do. We got to actually make a server first. So our server is going to be in its own folder. So remember last week we put it very confusingly on the same line as this, as our root. This week we can start it the right way. So this is our root of our project, right? Right there. Can y'all see this? Okay. Do you want me to tilt it? Is it? Move it this way. Is that okay for y'all? Okay. No, it's not super high up. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna make a server folder. So make a server folder. If you want to be awesome and do it in your terminal, you totally can. If not, you can just do it right here. Either way. Oh, and it's a folder, not a file. I made a file. Folder. Okay, once you get it made, you're gonna need to go to your terminal anyway. So if you're in your terminal and you made it, then cool. If not, that's okay. So once you're in your terminal, do an ls. We can see where we got. And we're going to want to go inside that server folder, right? So how do we get inside the server folder? CD and the name of the folder or directory. All right, so if we're going to make our server, we need, what's the first thing we need? What kind of file? Nope. Yep, we need a package JSON file. So we need to initialize the server. So to do that, npm init -y. Okay. Let me make that bigger. And so that, what's up?
Oh, just to make sure everyone's in that server file.
Good.
Yeah, make sure you're in your server folder before you hit that.
This is the point in time when people tend to get lost as we're navigating through the terminal.
I am. Wait, I'm having trouble. You're in the documents folder. Yeah.
Or no, you can see your documents or desktop.
I think that's documents. So. Yeah, documents. So if you just like,
And you have
the
the
DOC. And then you can tab it, it'll finish. And then that's in documents folder, and then you can see the GitHub folder. Yeah, let's do.
Oh, documents, here's. Okay.
So. There's still another.
Keep forgetting I have all these stickers.
I want to make a folder called server. NKDIR. And then they can see into that server. And then, well, you remember how he set up the server now?
So basically, you could go over your CD, LSC,
Oh, NPM.
changing our directory, seeing what.
Oh, it's the NPM install.
Then create.
We will do that next.
Yeah, you will do.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thank you.
So you can see it. And then it's going. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, grab the ones you want. I got a bunch of Mario ones too.
Reverse.
You got the server folder will be the npm init -y. Are
Say what?
you in the server folder?
No, we're trying to get in, so. Just minimize that. So. What's the shortcut to open your terminal in VS Code on that?
Command tilde or backtick, or you can go up to terminal and then new terminal at the top.
Okay, you want to end this. Yeah. So click, click on it, then.
Just grab terminal at the top. The very top says terminal, then hit new terminal.
Yeah. Then. Okay.
Cool. All right. Yeah, npm init -y.
Yeah. That.
Is it not working?
Yep.
Good.
Good.
Cool. Yeah, so if you open VS Code terminal in your project, it's gonna take you right there. So you don't have to start all the way at the beginning. Sometimes, you know, if you want to feel super hacky, you can use the terminal, the terminal that's built in. But yeah, it's just, if you're working in VS Code in a thing, then just open it right there and good to go.
Yeah, eventually you get to the point where you're so comfortable with the terminal, that'll be the first thing you log into, you actually log VS Code.
Yep. All right, cool. So that when we did npm init-y, it gave us this, what am I here? This package JSON, right? So now if we open that guy, we can see in there, this is our basic setup. Okay. Now this does not give us a server. This just initiates our node like that we're going to run, right? So in order to have a server, we're going to use Express, if you remember that Express server. So how do we get that in here? To the terminal? Yep. npm install Express. Or I. You just want to be lazy. Like me. Now, if you didn't remember how to do that, and you're like, I know that Express is an npm package, or say you didn't even know, like you're just like, I just want a server, right? And I don't know how to do it. So just like, let's do servers for JavaScript. Let's see. That might not have been the best one. Let's say server packages for JavaScript. All right, so it's going to point us to npm, right? So let's go to npm and let's just look up, just put server in here, see what we find. So there's a server. So there's a bunch of them. So that probably didn't help. But if you knew it was Express, you could come in here to Express and you can click in Express, and then it's going to tell you exactly what you need to run to make it work, right? So that's the first thing we'll do. We'll install it. I just did that. So when you install it, remember, it's going to give you your node modules folder, because that's where all the magic is contained. And then in your package JSON, it's going to add it as a dependency right here, right? Okay. So now we can use that. There's a couple of things we're going to need, but we'll deal with those in a minute. So we're going to need a server file now, right? Which will be our actual server. So inside of our server folder, we're going to make a new file. I'm just going to do that and call it just server.js. Okay. I just made that guy right there. And you can do that from terminal if you want to. It's just touch and then the file name with the JS, or you can just do it on the side. Okay, remember that is in your server folder. We're all in our server folder right now. Okay, so in our server folder, we're gonna need that Express in there. So let's go back over here to Express, and this will tell us how we can import it in there. So we're just gonna grab this top. Well, actually, I'm just gonna grab the whole thing. So if y'all want, you can go to npm and this same page. Just go to npm and then search for Express. I'm just going to paste that in there. Let me know if I lost anybody. You'll need help.
We can wait.
Inside the server folder? Yep. Yeah, right there. Once like you have a server built in a project, it is totally okay to just copy that sucker over to a new project. Like, don't think you have to like do this from scratch each time. Like,
Copy that little folder into a different directory so that from there you
Yes, I think so. As long as the dependency itself doesn't require some sort of connection, then yeah, should be able to. I don't know if you've ever copied them over before, but they're freaking huge. So it takes a bit. Yeah. And that's one reason we use the get ignore file to not push them up to GitHub because they're so big. I mean, you can just look at like it just goes and goes and goes. And this is for one package. So in like, I'll show you an example of my work. Just look at this one. So if I scroll down here to my package JSON, like these are the dependencies for our stuff. Yeah. So all of those. So you can imagine this node modules folder, I mean, quite large. So yeah, and I didn't know that in the beginning, so I was uploading those suckers and you try to clone it and you're waiting like 5 minutes at least for a small one. So cool. So you good with it, Toby?
My screen was acting there.
Oh, okay. I can't help you with that. I'm not a hardware guy. Mhm.
What the package JSON is doing and why we have the server file, like what both of those are for.
Yep. So the package JSON is basically a configuration file for your server in this case. So it's just kind of the name and everything. The scripts are what we'd run. So when we do npm start, it's going to run a script, and it's built in, as we found out with Robert last week, that it just knows how to run that start script. But occasionally you'll have different kind of scripts you want to run. So for instance, I'll bring this back up. In our script here, you see we have a bunch of different scripts. And that's probably tiny. So these do different things. Like the start one just basically runs this React app. And there's the other ones move stuff around. So in your package JSON, you can make it do a bunch of stuff. And then the server.js, this is your actual server that's going to be running. Yeah. Anything else? Yeah. Yep.
So you're putting in good modules. But that's some
Exactly. Yeah. When you do npm install with nothing else, it goes to your package JSON, reads those dependencies, installs all those, puts the node module folder there. Yep. Yep. So this is it. Yeah, exactly. This is what you would need from somebody else's project to be able to run it.
I have a question.
Yep.
I don't see my express on my package.json. The express
Right here.
510.
Did you do the npm install express?
I did. Oh, okay. I did npm 5.
That's fine. Express. Are you in your server folder?
Yeah.
Go to the this pop-up one here. This like, yeah, Explorer. Can you open the folder you're in? Cancel this and if you open it, it's just kind of open like a monthly, but the opening folder opens like the whole thing. Workspace. So go to your documents, GitHub. Just open like another week here. So don't open the server folder. Just hit open it right where you are now. Oh. And now if you look at your server folder, the file inside of the package JSON. Down, this is the package lock. So you don't have to look at package. Okay, it's not there. But I'm gonna open your console. And then CD in your server folder. Remember how to call it first.
npm
Express.
And then Express.
Yep.
Space.
Good, all right, cool. All right, anything else? Yep.
Well, first creating server folder, it's separate, and then when we're doing the NPM, INIT, that's what we're actually just on Node.js.
So you are,
The ability to bring in packages via Node.js, that's what that really does, or,
so that just creates this configuration file. So you already have Node.js on your machine, right? Because we installed that. So this is just getting it set up to be a server, basically. And this configuration file is where you're going to have your dependencies and your scripts and stuff like that. So you're initializing this configuration file to have a server. Makes sense. Mhm. Yep.
that one. It's, NPM, Express.
NPM. Yeah.
Or, I'm sorry, NPM.
Yep.
sorry. NPM,
Yep. And that npm I or npm install, whatever the package is, like that's what you'll do all the time. Any package you need, it's going to be npm install whatever. Yep. And again, node package manager. Yep. Yep.
We will read all of the documentation of this. That will.
Mhm.
What
Yep.
happens? NPMI is shorthand for npm install. So anytime you think I install, npm install, that'll look like.
Yep.
And I begin to, your packages.
Mhm. Say it again. Sorry. Yes. Yep. Yeah, that's initializing that package JSON file. Yep. No. This is like the thing. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Like, this is what will they, like, this is where you are, this is where you wanna be.
Yeah.
In order to get there, there's a lot of
Lot of
effort. And typically, most people are too afraid to speak up when they get
Mm.
up.
Yeah.
So the more y'all speak up, the better it will be in the future.
And this,
Sorry.
no, you're good. You're good. This, like this module is like, you don't see it, right? We're not really doing anything on the front end to see. So you have to have that like brain clicked to understand what's going on in that server, because that server is not showing you anything, right? So yeah, it's a different way of thinking. So yeah, ask away. Mhm.
Then you have express variable.
Mhm.
App.get.
So that's our route. Yep. So it's a get route. So we'll go over it again. So yeah, you got it. Once you have the package installed, so you're gonna have your node modules folder. It's gonna show up in your package JSON as a dependency, right? So that's installing, that's step one. Then we went back to the documentation and saw this is how we use it. So we grab this and throw it in there. And so this, you have it installed, but you don't have it in the file yet, right? In our server file. So we need to import it in there. And not to be confusing, but also sometimes you require it depending on what you're working with. But for right now, import is fine. So this is getting us that package that we can start doing stuff to. And then here, this is how you initialize this instance of the Express server. And we're saving that in this variable app, so we can start doing stuff to it. So this app itself, like that is our instance of the Express server, that whatever you want it to. Sure, you call it server, you call it whatever you want. This is very common to just call it app. So think of it as your application server, right? So it comes with all these methods, right? So this method is .get, so method function, same thing. So if we look, and it comes with method listen here, right? So it can listen for the server, or listen for the port, I'm sorry. Yep. So if we go back in here and you can read, right? If we scroll down, or if we go to their GitHub, they have examples and all this stuff. So if we look at the top, there's always a GitHub link here for the repository. So if we go over there, it's going to have pretty much the same stuff it had on the other one, but sometimes with more detail. So if we look, we can install it. We have to do, this is how you start it, right? NPM start. And then if we look at, let's see, it's got any examples. Sometimes you got to go into the code right here as examples, right? So if we look in there and we just want just a regular, let's look at hello world. Go into the Next.js. Then this shows you kind of how it works, right? Which is very similar to what we already have. And then typically it'll show you all the functions and all that good stuff. Sometimes it doesn't, but you can look for it. If worst case, I think we could probably, if you control click on app, wait, go away. I wonder if it'll do it. Okay, so, and this might get in the weeds, so don't get too hung up on this. But if you control click on a package, so a lot of times it'll open up what's called the d.ts, which is the definition of it. And in here, it has actually listed out like everything that's in the package, right? And this can be very dense. So again, don't get way hung up on this, but you should be able to see the methods and stuff. But apparently this one's pretty deep. So don't worry about that. But anyway, we know that it comes with routes, right? So that's what this is a get route. So remember the HTTP stuff, we have the get routes, the post routes, puts, delete, and all the other ones that we don't care about. So that's what app dot is going to get us, right? So if we do app dot, then we should see a post. So there's our get right there. And then if we keep going, there's going to be our post is right here. So these are all the methods on that app server, on that instance. So for right this second, we're only worried about get, right? Because we just want to get something back. Okay. We're not giving it anything to post or make any changes or anything like that. So, does that make sense so far? Like, good. Okay. Okay. And then again, app.listen is it's going to tell it what port to listen to, right? So ports on your computer, are all like open. They're not all open, but you can open them up to different things, right? And there's a bunch of different ports. So this will be, since we have to run two terminals, one will be running on the port that's just listening for something to come and say, hey, I need something from you or whatever. In the little computer sciencey video I had y'all watch, I don't know if they talked about like how packets move through the line to like get to places like passing information, but that's kind of how it works, right? There's a port open and there's these packages going on the line that are going there to say, hey, I need to get in there for something. And it says, well, I can't let you in, or I can't let you in, or whatever. So there's a pretty cool video with like this whole like train thing going on. It's like dropping packets. But anyway, that's the point of that. Okay, so we have a get route. Now we want to access that get route from our front end JavaScript, right? So if we go back to our JS, let's just do a function at the very bottom. We'll do it right above the document add event listener. And we'll just have a function. How do I make a function? Function, okay. Okay, and let's just say practice get route. Okay, and then what do I do? Okay. And then, yep. And then, very nice. Perfect, cool. So now I have this function. So I'm just going to call this on the DOM content loader, just so it'll call when we run the page. I notice there's a delay in when I type and when that moves up there on the screen. Cool. So to call the function, what do I do? Call or invoke the function.
The name of the function in parentheses.
Perfect. Okay. I'm doing it in the document loader. Very, very bottom of the screen should be. What's-
Function practice get route.
Oh, I did that right above it. You may not put it at the bottom. If you do a control F, defined, and just search for, yeah, add event listener, whatever, see if it's there. If you don't have it, go ahead and make it.
Some code that I read out.
Oh, okay. That's it. No worries.
While they're doing that, when I type in app.get, it's not giving me all the methods. It's only giving me the ones I've already used.
You do an app dot and then stopping.
Yeah, it's like my IntelliSense is not turned on, and I don't
Hmm.
try to turn it on.
Interesting.
So like when I type app.get, it's only giving me the list of the ones I've already used, so. Like my search indicates that IntelliSense is not turned on, but I don't know how to turn it on.
Ask chat.
Yeah, that's where I was at. It's like go to settings, but the key command that's giving me to do that is. Making my screen bigger or smaller, so I
Oh.
don't know how to get to.
So hit Control P. Did it bring a little search box? Yeah, search settings in there.
It offers me the settings.json.
There you go. Might work.
I mean, I have like. Yeah, I have a new tab for settings.json. No, but I'm not, it doesn't like bring up a list of settings for me to turn on and off.
There's nothing in it.
There's live service.settings.forward, 5501.
You control B and touch B. Next to that, we change to a greater than logo and text settings. Like in the search bar, a greater than. Perfect, it's open settings.
Everybody got that? So a little more time. You good? Okay. Good. Gotcha. No worries. Okay. So for now, just comment those out if you don't have them.
Kind of restarted this kind of thing.
I mean, it was like that last week too, which
Oh,
didn't do anything about it. But it's becoming more and more.
is that only happening with Express, like when you instantiate the app, or is it happening with other stuff?
I want to say it's happening with other stuff.
Maybe an update or something that needs to be done. Who knows? Okay, so everybody's here. We got this function defined, and then we're calling it down here to get practice get route. Well, okay. All right, cool. So let's just for fun, just do a console.log in our practice get route and just say, I am get out of here. In practice get. Okay, so this is just so we can see that we're in there, right? And it doesn't have to say that, say whatever you want. Okay, so then if you are already on your index.html and you click go live, then you should be able to refresh your page. And then bring up your console. Let me bring it over here. Console. Okay, refresh. Okay. You should see that up there at the top. We're cooking.
Let me see the code.
Yep. So, okay. The JS or the,
every day. So you have to put, okay, oh, you just said that, it's not a function. you
Nope.
do thing.
Yeah,
Okay,
no, I just, yeah,
okay,
just said, hey, yep.
got it.
cool, okay. Sweet, so we know it's working, right? We know when the page loads, we're hitting this function. Fantastic. So now we want to talk to our server and get that get route, right? Hit the get route. So do you remember how we talked to our server? We will use that, but what do we need in our JavaScript to reach out to our server? Same thing you would say to your dog when you threw a ball. Fetch. Okay, so let's make a variable. So we need, we don't really need a variable, but we're gonna make one. So whenever you do a fetch, if there's gonna be something returned, you need to store it somewhere, right? So that's why we'd make a variable. In this case, we're really just gonna look at the server, but we'll make a variable anyway, just for good practice. So I'm just gonna do a let. No, I'm not. I'm gonna do a const because it's nothing we're gonna change when we get it back. And I'll just say response. And then we'll set it equal to, and then this is where we're gonna do our fetch, right? So fetch. Okay, and then like it shows us, fetch takes an input, which is gonna be a URL. And then we can also do an init function after it, but it's optional because it's question marked. So we're not gonna worry about that. So man. Do you want to shut the doors? Just, I don't know if they're gonna get loud out there. Thank you. Cool. So the basic thing that fetch takes is the URL that we're gonna fetch, right? So the URL that we're gonna fetch is, Leslie, localhost and :3000. We know it's 3000 because that's our port. Cool. I think this will not work because we don't have the HTTP/www, whatever. But we can give it a shot and find out. We can go ahead and do a console log of our response below it. Even though it's a get and we're not really expecting anything back, we should still get a response, right? So I'm just gonna give it a little tag here so I know what it is. Okay. So if we go refresh our page now, what'll happen? Nothing, because we're not running our server, right?
Mhm.
So how do we run our server?
Open up a new terminal,
Okay,
npm start.
make sure in your server folder first, and then npm start. And this is where the import thing comes in. So sometimes you'll see this, it'll say imports can't be used outside of a module, and it'll give you all sorts of wacky ways to fix it. Don't do them. If we just require it instead, which is the ES5, ECMAScript 5 thing, yeah, then it should work for us. So if we just do a const express equals require express, I think this will fix it, but it might not.
That might fix your deal, Robert, a little bit.
I have a question.
Yeah, that did work. Yep.
When I say CD services, it's not a directory.
Or
Says what?
When I say CD server,
Hmm.
says it's not a directory.
Are you already in your server folder?
Server.js, right?
Yeah. Then you don't need to CD into anything. If you're in the server folder, that's where you need to be. So if you hit ls, do you see node packages and all that jazz?
It gives me node modules,
Yep.
package log, package.json.
Yep. So yeah, the server.js, you want, that's your server that's running. So that's where you want to be, npm start.
Oh,
Or you can do node server.js, either way. Yep. And you should get the error that I had before.
oh. Server 1.00 start node.server.js is not specified.
Not specified. You're not getting this area in a different one? So yeah, change your express to what I have up here with the require. Oh. This line here.
So constant express. Is that a new line?
I'm replacing the import.
Oh,
Everybody else get that? That makes sense? To replace the import with require? Replace the import with require? Yep. Yeah, so. Yeah, so ES5 and ES6, ECMAScript, different versions. All the new stuff is imported now, right? So like when you go to React and stuff like that, it'll be imports everywhere. In the older stuff that's not, they're not modules. And don't worry about what that means. There's not, you have to do this require instead. And there are still scripts that you do have to do this to that are like old NPM scripts that did never update. So you'll have to require them instead of import them. So you'll have a bunch of imports and then have some requires. So, yeah. So these are just things that we'll run into that we just got to deal with. Yep, exactly.
how do you get out of the error messages now?
A sign in? I'm sorry, what? Oh, yes, I didn't read it. I'm sorry. Okay.
Like cheat sheet, but. How do you
Oh,
refresh?
kill it?
Yeah.
Just, Control C, and C. Yeah. Make sure you're in, leave Control C. There you go. And then push it up. Just push it up.
Push.
Yep, push your repeat. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, thank you for that. I totally forgot about attendance. I'll make that real quick. Dun-dun-dun. Oh, Jonas already did it. He's on it. Yep. Thank you. All right, yeah, so don't let the import require thing confuse you. It's just sometimes you gotta do require instead of import. Still, same thing, everything else is the same. We're still have our app, doing our app.get, all that jazz. Cool. All right, has everybody got their server running?
Are we packaged JSON?
Do you have a package JSON? Are you in your server folder? If it's running, you should see server start. Like that. Sorry, that's behind my head. That's annoying. There you go.
In that folder here, see users and functions, different weeks. And you can. Yeah. It happens sometimes. So now you're in there, so you should be able to do. Right.
Is that better for you all in the back?
That's just the way VS Code will do it. It was that folder on the.
Good. All right, everybody server running? Kicking? Y'all good in the back? Server running? Okay. All right, so now the server's running, let's see. We should expect to get this hello world back, right? But let's add a console log above that so we can see that we're hitting our route. So I'm just gonna say hitting. Oops. Slash route. Okay, and I'm saying slash route because we're just doing that. It's the root route, right? It's just that first slash. It's not like slash Taco Bell or anything like that.
Now I gotta stop my server and restart it again.
Yep. Yeah, after you make the update, any update to the server, you gotta kill it and restart it. So to kill it, do Control C or Command C, depending on how your computer's set up. And then just push up and your npm start will be back there. And hit enter. I'm missing our little TV now. It's so low.
So every time we make a change, npm start.
To the server, yes. Change your front end code, you don't have to do that. Let me see the code again. Control C or Command C. Yep. Okay, so yeah, once you get the console log in there and you restart your server, when you refresh your coffee shop, you should go back to your server console. Well, hold on, actually mine's being basic. Did I not restart? Oh, we're not, wait, oh, I know why, because we didn't hit the route properly. Yeah, so remember I said this might not work because we only did the local host like that. So I think we had to change the HTTP:// localhost. Yep. And then you'll get that the log there. So we just added HTTP:// to our local host. That was on the front end.
Oh, man, front and back end.
Yep. Gotta love it.
Maybe the front, you're on the front end. Yes.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. We at work, our packages are, we have like, I don't know, we're kind of main project. So it's like main, blah, 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 front end, and then blah, 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 back end. So, yeah, but that's like the whole thing. It's not all the names of these, but also, I'm pretty sure I mentioned this in the past, but front end is synonymous with client. So if you're on your client, you're on your front end. Server is synonymous with back end. So if we're messing with back end stuff, you can say we're messing with server stuff. So client, server, front end, back end, same thing. Okay, everybody good on that? Nope. What's going on?
I'm not getting my console log, so I have my server.
In this guy?
Yeah, it's just like whether URL, because I don't have a link to that. Which I didn't think should be like this.
Because it's coming beforehand, it might be, I was just coming out those computer.
Oh, yeah, yeah, no. Is the index?
I mean, I know we're not problems.
So where is this being called?
That really what it is. It's the province impact. Yeah, but it's like, they like, literally, like, I was like. It's very hard. I felt confident.
Practice process. Good at that.
On the server?
Yes, that probably got pulled up right now on the line that you're on your screen, Brian. We've removed the semicolon, it started running. He had semicolons at the end of this, the fetch HTTP localhost.
Yeah.
We removed them, but it's like.
It's because, this under script.
Like you remember that you removed the semicolon after HTTP?
No, he had semicolons
Oh, I guess
after.
that's a cold.
He had semicolons after this, and after he removed them, it started working.
That's why.
Again, JavaScript.
Like a one. Yeah, last time, yeah, it starts, yeah. Or, yeah. Do something like
Oh, yeah.
That's cool, I'll keep working on it, I don't want to split it, but yeah,
Your server folder, okay. Go to your server folder.
Where do you wanna do this thing?
Down below resource, there's next. I'm going to browse.
What to say, I'm listening.
it does need that, they're not getting this.
Oh.
It says I'm getting practice route.
That's it.
Comments and
Oh.
split it.
So you want to say, you start from the.
Oh, that's right.
So should be giving you that in my console.
That's it.
You have, no.
You're able to inspect here. I'm gonna inspect. all of
So
it.
my-
And here to the weather.
Where does not get that error?
Part of your problem might be this is.
Well, it's starting down.
3,000 is your server, but your live server that runs the client, your front end, should be port 5,000, right?
No, it's set to 3,000.
3,000, this is your server. Like when you hit this right here to 3,000, that's your server.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll show you what it says then. And your server.js.
But yeah, I'm
I'm
definitely.
wrong, everybody looks at it, oh, sorry. Your face.
So 3,000 is your server, right? So let's not that. So you got this like 3,000. So you got this running on level 1 here. You have another VS Code open up right now? Different VS Code?
Why is that? What?
This one doesn't have live server, so it's fine. Go to your server file. I'd restart your.
Oh, you know what?
It's still gonna be 50, so 5501. Let's go back here. Go to your client.
Oh, no. It's not 55. That's get around. Right. Yeah, I'm not.
Oh, yeah.
No, because we swapped
What
out
if
the
we use from some-
vehicle.
I know everybody says that.
For Express. Now we're getting.
Everything, like right here. Inside the other, I'm assuming from above the practice you from. So you're.
So I'm spelled it wrong. Oh, sure. Is it off the back to Xeris?
I think you're right. Yeah, we all need to do
This
this.
might be why it's doing. Everywhere else.
So it's gonna get
Fix that.
Well, it is responding, but it shouldn't be interrupting with that function. Make sure it's calling.
Sorry, what you're saying.
Okay. Let's do this course thing real quick and see if that fixes everybody's error, and then we'll deal with the rest. So if you remember from last time, we had to do a cores fix because our server does not trust our front end, vice versa. Okay, so we were gonna get to that, but then you'll have all sorts of other errors. So let's get to that now. So if we go back to our NPM and we search for cores. And we click on cores, then we're gonna do what it says, npm install cores. So again, make sure you're in your server folder when you do that. Okay. And you go ahead and kill your server because it'll be on the server side. Yep, or control. Yeah, make sure, again. Let me get this over, that you're in your server folder. Okay,
We'll have to drop something in the chat that might help with this. Let's set up this weird stuff we're running into.
okay, so do npm install cores, CORS. Got that? Good enough, green? Okay, once you get that, let's look back at our package here. And then we're gonna use it like it says here, so we're gonna require it. Just like it says there, except for it's gonna be a constant of our, that's fine. So just grab that one line.
The middle one, right?
Yep, for now, yep. Okay, once you got that, go back to your server.js and just put it right under your const express. And change it to a const. Yep. Mhm. And then go ahead and grab that app.use cores. Remember this, the middleware thing we're talking about? Okay, once you grab that bad boy, then just put it under or above, it doesn't really matter, well, it does matter, under the app. Const app. Put it in the middle. There you go. Middleware, put it in the middle. Okay, so we should have this now. Okay, once you got that, I think that's all we need. Yep. So that should be all we need. So now if we restart our server. Yep. All went away. Okay, so yeah, start your server again and then just refresh your main page. And you shouldn't see any more red errors in your console. Promise. Okay, we're getting somewhere.
So I have two errors, one of them is doing. I'm not sure why I'm stopping it, but there was.
What was the problem, Larry?
Had to move get practice up to the top. Of my VS Code rather than all the way at the bottom. My document had a bit listening.
Interesting.
At the bottom, and once we move to the top, it seems to be.
Oh, I bet you have a function that's being like triggered in the middle there somewhere on its own, but okay. Did you do the cores bit?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Everybody else got the cores bit? So,
This should work for a lot of things. There's some error of.
Before that on script file.
Script file, no, I haven't done anything there. Nope, just on the server.js.
I see your script there. Where is your? Where are we? Right here, function, that's probably it. Just by itself, I can't do that. I had something different, special, has to be like.
Well, you got those commented out for now.
Like variable equals fetch.
Oh, it's weird. Let's keep it.
Keeps adding stuff.
is not stuff that.
This is probably supposed to be inside something else.
There we go, now we see.
I just wouldn't need to be inside a function, like maybe it was supposed to put this within inside and get rid of it.
Did you make any changes on the server?
I just missed it, I just find the, JS.
Nope.
But
Run in, no
that's,
changes. Yep.
I'm curly brace right there, if you put an indie.
Were these here?
I brought them.
Oh, no. I'm.
These
I'm-
are-
I'm-
Well, they're y'all's.
I'm
Take 'em.
having class.
Yeah. All right, you good?
Yeah.
Okay, everybody good? Any more questions? Not yet? Okay. When you are good, take a little bit of a break. I gotta hit the latrine real quick.
The none of those should run on the road. This is a function that I would have to alter.
Yes, it's just happening.
The refrigerator is gonna be happy.
What's the error saying?
I don't know if I want to put a sticker on my computer, because sometimes I feel like I might need to like resell it.
Right.
People might be like, "Oh, I'm not with the stickers." That's why when I saw you up, I was like, oh my gosh, I wish I could know how to get around.
I come from D brands.
Okay.
So that's supposed to be, I really feel like maybe this fetch is supposed to be inside one of my functions. I want to compare it to what he had.
Feel like a
You know, I
little
really
You
want
do.
him to fill in his stuff.
Oh, I love this.
Just curly brace, to blow the fish. That's probably what it is. Right. Fix that.
Yeah.
Now there's a new error.
This one might be cool.
Restart your server. And, you have to do the course. But below where you do the app, you have to do app.
You know what happens there?
Use scores like that.
Oh, yeah.
Forget exactly how.
Yeah, that's how he had it, the app.use and then cores with, you had.
Oh, I have it in quotes, yeah.
Okay. Did you restart your server after adding the course code?
Yeah, I did, but maybe,
You did.
Please take stickers. I have way too many.
let me go here real quick here since I got a little break.
Yeah, sorry.
You're gonna figure it out? What's going on?
We're figuring out one, found another problem.
Yeah.
Now my cores have been loading correctly.
Ready to.
If you go to Chrome, it's saying, it's giving the course error, even though he's restarting the server. Part of the reason we wanted this. Is it 500, right, like you might be running other live servers, I was thinking, but it doesn't. He doesn't have another VS Code.
Calling the get letter, that it's not closed.
Man, I really messed it up.
They got this like, thing where you can restrict it to specific origins, but in this case. That means it would always be all origins other than which restricted it to. Right. So it should still work, but.
Did change it to app.get rather than app.use.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Then that would be why. Yeah, but they use, it's not good.
That's awesome.
It was one of the first things I tried when it wasn't working, it never went and did it.
It's all like, yeah. Yeah, I bet that app I get was what it is.
So remember the get is the route. This, we're using this as a middle.
Yeah, well, at that point I was guessing as
Yeah.
to where the problem was, and I didn't want to do it. That seems to be a lot happening. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
You solved it.
Yeah. Anybody else need a hand? We good? 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 Okay. Right. I love service. I'm gonna go.
After a moment, it did pop up with another error that my connection was refused.
The weather outside, maybe.
This is for the local host.
Well, we did change that, move that. When we created that.
Start the server. Just start the server.
You over the top. Here.
I'm sorry. Check your website.
Okay.
So the reason is the serving on any, you try to connect to it.
Makes sense. Yeah, definitely makes sense.
Get everybody. Except for Levy. All right. Okay, is everybody hitting their server now? No? Okay. So for future reference, when you set up your server, go ahead and set up cores right away. Cause yeah, it's annoying not to. So you can just like take this and make like a skeleton file somewhere and then just copy this over every time and the package JSON. And then that way you just always have it there ready to go. And you don't spend 30 minutes going, why am I getting this?
And then since all my dependencies are already in package.json, I just need to do things in PMI and
Yep.
it's can install all of my packages without having to do these things.
Exactly. Yep. Make sure you're in your server folder and you do that. Cool. All right. Let's see. Oh, let me cut up first. Okay, while they're getting caught up, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna move our cart to our server, right? So that we have our fake database cart, which is the array. And then we're gonna fetch that from the server, bring it back, and then display it like we're currently doing. That's the goal. Okay.
Okay.
So,
You sound like Chris developer too, don't you wanna give that?
That's-
That-
I didn't say easy. Yeah. Yeah,
It's not one sprint's worth of work.
right,
15 sprints.
right. It'll, yeah, I learned very quickly not to say things are gonna be easy. And yeah, always inflate the hours. Yeah. Yep. Yep. And even if it's something you've done 10 times, there's something will go wrong. Some weird thing will get introduced. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah.
Nobody's thinking about communication or communication.
Right. Yep. Indeed. Good. What'd y'all have back there? What was the problem? Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. That'll do it. Okay, cool. All right. So in your script.js, we're going to grab our menu. So this array, our menu array. Okay. And we're going to cut it or copy it, but probably cut it. Now it's gone forever. Just kidding. Okay. Once you grab it, go back to your server.js. And for now, we'll just add it just kind of right here. We'll just make a little, just say cart. This is obviously not how you would do this in real life. Next week, we'll learn about databases and do it for the real way, but we'll just paste it in there for now. Okay. Let's see that there. Are you good on that? No. Can't find your menu? Do Control F and open menu. Oh, okay. No worries. I'll throw this in Slack. You know, I can just copy it.
Thank God, because I also could not find it. I didn't see where I'm on.
This, yeah, this is just a menu. It's just an object or just an array. But I'll throw it in here. I mean, oops. There we go.
Well,
Let me put that in brackets real quick. Hold on. Yep, so just grab that and put it in your server. I put cart, when I put cart, I'm putting menu. I just put out the use after the middleware. You know when you are good.
Got it in there. And then we got a NPM stuff.
Not yet.
Oh.
We gotta do some stuff first. But eventually, yes. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Just throw it in there. Yeah, don't get too hung up on this. This is not how we're gonna do it in real life. All we're doing is just throwing a variable in there so we can use it for now. And next week, we're gonna make a database, put this in our database, and then we'll fetch it from our database. Good? Cool. Okay. So now, in our script.js, we can go back to our function, which is at the bottom, our practice get route function. Let's just change, or well, we'll make a new one. So we'll make a new function. And this is going to be called get menu from server. Okay. We'll go ahead and put that, just replace our practice get route with this function, because we don't need to do that anymore. So get menu and server. And we want that to happen when the page loads, so we have our menu, right? Right, makes sense. Good there. Go. Good. Okay. All right, so same deal. We're gonna fetch from our server, right? To then get this menu. So let's go ahead and write our fetch, and we're gonna need to store what it returns us because it's gonna return the menu. So make a variable called menu probably. And then we're gonna do fetch. And what do we put inside our fetch? URL. Which in this case is localhost 3000. And then we're gonna need a route to go to, right? This isn't gonna be on our main route. We need to like make a route for it. So when we make that route, we'll give it a name. So in this case, we'll just say get menu, right? We'll just call it our get menu route. And we'll make this on the server in just a second. Okay. And when we get that back, we'll go ahead and just console log the menu just to see what it looks like. Good on that. All right, so now we're gonna go to our server and we're gonna go to our route section, which will be here. And we're gonna make a new route, and you can type it out if you want to be awesome, or you can just copy and paste it. But it's gonna be a get route, so app.get. And get is gonna take, like it says here, just a string, which is gonna be the name of the route. And so on the other side, we named it get menu, right? So we'll just say get menu, and that's in quotes, slash get menu, sorry. To match up with the slash on the other one. And we didn't really go over what all of this means, so we'll go over it now. So you have the name of the route, right? Which is what we tell it to hit, tell the front end to hit. And then we have the rec and the res, which is the request and the response. And that's in a callback function, right? Oops. There it goes the other way. Okay. So just like the one above it, rec and response are parameters in that anonymous callback function, right? And that's just a ES6 way to do it. And then we're gonna get the response. The request is what's coming in, the response is what's going out. So if we are passing something in, we can do rec.body, but we're not passing anything in this time. And then response is what will then go back to it. Okay. So we need to put those in here. Every time you'll do that, you'll have a rec and res in there. Okay. Why is it mad at me?
What's a callback?
Oh, yep. Very nice. Yeah, make sure you got the comma after get your name there, your get menu. Cool. So let's console log in here just to make sure we're getting there. I always like to do a G2 in or GN2, like getting into get menu / get menu. And remember, this doesn't matter. This is just what I'm typing. You can type whatever you want. You can type get PM here, like whatever you want. So far, so good. Nobody's too lost. Lost. You totally lost.
No,
Yeah.
pretty
Yeah.
sure I've got it.
Yeah. Okay.
I had a red squiggly line. But I think
You got it.
It always throws me off, making sure all the parentheses are there.
Mm.
I see, I got it. Then.
It'll become second nature as you continue to do it. You'll be like, all right. And you'll be good.
After I multiple
Yep.
times spent countless minutes trying to figure out why the Redscape was not there, like, oh, it's a bridge if you-
Yep. Yep. All right, everybody got that? Good? Cool. Okay, since we did mess with our server, we need to what? Yep, kill it and start it back up.
Is there not like a function that automatically does that, so I. don't
There-
have to-
There's a package called Nodimon. You can use it and it'll automatically restart for you. But
You don't want to show us how to do that yet? Oh, okay.
I like to restart myself.
Alright.
I like control. Cool. So once you restart it, what should happen is a bunch of letters,
Errors?
a bunch of errors. No, that's not what should happen. Hopefully not. So our fetch is gonna hit our server, right, which is localhost 3000, and then it's gonna look for the route / get menu. If it sees that, then we should see this console log in our server terminal that says we got to get menu, right? That's what should happen. So once we restart our server, we can refresh our page and then go back to our server. Oh, looks like we got an error. You were right, yes. So we're getting undefined reading name, hot cold. What's hot cold doing? That might be a different error. Let's see what's going on there. Oh, because we took our menu away, right? So the hot cold was looking at our menu object or array that we had over there. We don't have that anymore. So for now, go ahead and just comment out your user location and your create menu in your add event listener. Just comment those guys out. We'll deal with those later. Okay. So once those are commented, then you should see this just promise in your browser console, and then in your terminal, you should see this G to get menu thing right here. Like that.
We commented out the menu and the get user location.
Yep. Yeah, you should only have the current function that we're calling.
That's within script, so we don't need to restart it.
Correct. As long as you already restarted your server, then yeah. Everybody getting that? No? Robert,
No, it says my get menu is not found.
your get menu is not found?
Okay, now.
Or-
yeah,
or-
It's clean.
Whatever, I'll clear on right there.
Code. Coffee shop.
Actually, you have to go back and find it. Like, for instance, Mutually managed. It's not giving me the error now. Maybe I just didn't refresh my page. I don't know. Although for it to know about the game menu, I would have you refreshed it, otherwise I wouldn't have been looking for it.
Yeah, it's true.
I always gotta remember to refresh it twice.
Yeah. I have to do that at work with my code, always restart twice.
Pardon?
Yep.
Now I have like the code, now I can find what's.
It's good.
The coffee shop code.
How come it's in a pending state instead of resolved?
Because we haven't done anything with it yet. So we're just getting back a response from the, well, actually, it's because we haven't async awaited it yet. Yeah, that's good though. It's good catch. Good question for the class.
Error also on the
An error?
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Front row's all good?
Yeah.
If you pull up your script as file.
Make sure you comment it out, these guys down here, the create menu and all that. If you had them. Got it?
Yeah, so what I've noticed is with some of the maps, I don't know if it's out of the box or what, but it's doing some weird autocomplete stuff. Like I said, that bench not apply.
Oh,
Yeah,
Weird.
in auto insert a lot.
ridiculous.
May not have been fair, like, shit. Okay, well, very much.
That's moving really.
Cool.
Maybe that.
Back row is all good? You good back there? Cool, cool. All right, cool. So we're getting to our server, right? All good. So now we want to, well, actually, Robert brought up a good question. So if on our front end, you notice that we have this promise pending, right? So we're not actually getting back any data yet. Do we know why? What was that? Yes, so we didn't handle the promise, right? We just said, give it back to us right away, and it's like, bro, I'm not ready yet. So we got to do an async await in our script.js. So this function now needs to be an async function. So just put async in front of it. And then we're going, so async is telling it that we're going to be awaiting something inside of you, inside of the function. So what we want to await is the fetch, because that's what's going to go out, do some stuff, and then come back eventually. Yep. Yeah. Okay, so by doing that, then we get nothing, which is beautiful because we're not actually returning anything, but now the promise is being handled. And so when we actually return something, we'll get it back. So if you ever see that promise in here, like that weird little promise thing, know that you need to be async awaiting something. It's kind of the key there. Okay. The menu. Because it's not bringing anything back yet. Yeah. We're seeing here, chat.
Should we have done the
On
same?
this side for your server console, yes. So this will be right down here. Yeah. Yeah. What's up, bro?
Should we have done the same thing in our practice get route with the async and await on the fetch?
Probably yes. But we didn't really care about the front end on that one.
Well, like yours isn't showing a pending one on that, but mine is
On
on the response promise pending for
the other one,
yeah.
well, I'm not calling it anymore.
Oh, you commented down now.
Yeah, I just got rid of it in my thing right there. Okay, everybody good on that? Make sense? Good. Okay. All right, so we're hitting our server. So in our server, what we want to do is, says it right there, right? Get menu. Cool. So here is where we would like reach out to the database to, get the menu. In our case, we have the array, so we're just going to get that array and pass it back. So we have this menu array. So we will just do response dot send. Can we send an array? We'll find out. And then let's just do our menu. This might not work. We'll give it a try and see.
that and.
Yeah, because we weren't sending anything back. Yep. It might not. Since it is an array and not a string, this may not work, but we'll see. So if everybody's got that, let's go back to our browser and well, we got to do something before we can refresh.
Research this.
There you go. Restart our server. Do that. Okay. Then, okay, cool. So we're getting, oh, there we go. So we got a response this time, since we're waiting. If we look at our headers, this one's okay is true. So remember, the first thing we got to do before we can actually get any data is check if the response is good or not, right? And then we can convert it into some sort of data. So we'll do in our JavaScript, in our script.js, we're going to say, so really, instead of menu, we could name this response, since it's not the menu yet. Okay. So I just changed menu to response right here on 284. Not inside this function, you know. Remember about scope? If it's inside a function, it's in function scope. So it can, you name it, like you could have something outside of it that, whatever, yeah, in a different function. Yep. Cool. So we can change our console log here to response. That's what we're looking at now. All right. So now we know that that response variable, again, is going to have headers in it, and it's going to have status and all that cool stuff. So we'll just, this time we'll see if our status is 200, just for fun. You could have done is, you know, is okay, true. So we'll do if response dot status does not equal 200. So remember, we want to do like the inverse, right? To see if, figure out what's going to make it break and then get out of it if necessary. Okay. That's why we're not saying if it is equal to. So if it's not equal to, then we know something went wrong in the server. We just want to get out of this function. Just quit. So how do we just get out of the function? Return. Nice. We will just, before the return, let's go ahead and just console log. Actually do a console.error. It's a new one for you. And then just put response invalid or something like that. Or response error is fine. Okay. To test this, I'm just gonna do I'm just gonna like misspell menu just to see what happens. So there we go. So we get our response error, right? And so you can see in the response here, we're getting a 404, so not the 200. So that's why it's triggering that error. Okay. And so like if this was, if you wanted to let the user know something's going on, you could have done an alert here or something like that the user would see to know, oh crap, something didn't work. Right. And don't ever put like error unknown. Like give them something. So they're not sitting there like, what? Okay. So let me fix that. Then we should be good again. Cool. Okay. We good on that? Did you do a console error? And you didn't see it in the browser? It should just say it right underneath there. So if I did you mess up your? Okay. Does it look like that? Cool. Yep. Nope, you're good. So you notice that it's red though. It's not like a normal console that we've seen. So if you do that console.error instead, it gives you that red. So your eyes drawn to it. So you go, oh, okay. And there's a ton of other ones, like there's a console.table, like a ton. You can get into those later. But some can be very helpful as opposed to just words. You can kind of break it out for you. Yeah. All right, cool. So if it is not good, it's gonna kill it right there, done with the function. So then anything below that means that it got past it, right? So it's good. So we can start doing whatever we need to do down here. So once we have the response and it's a good response, then we need to convert it to whatever it's going to be. So in this case, we're sending back text, right? Because we're just doing send. We're sending back a string. So we can do let data equal response dot text. And so this will take that response object and get the text out of it and give us that back. May error because we're actually passing an array and not really string, but we'll see. So once we have that, we'll just console log data. I'm gonna move it up. There you go. Okay, so if I go to my browser now, then, okay, so data is a promise as well. So I forgot to await. So you got to do await response.text. And we await that because it's going to do the process of like converting that into something that we can see. So it does take it a second to do. It's not really going anywhere in this case, but it does take it time to get that response into text. So now, look at that. We got a fancy array in a string form, which is okay, I guess.
I have a question.
Yep.
On my terminal, every time I try to like restart it, I get the gem to get 2 minutes.
Mhm. Like that?
Oh, yeah.
Yep. So every time your server, every time that route is hit, it's gonna say that console log. And it hits that every time we refresh.
Oh.
Yeah. That's fine. You shouldn't see anything else in your terminal. Because we're in the front end JavaScript now, the client side JavaScript.
So you didn't seem to like, especially that it's returning an array of strings.
Mhm.
Is there a different way you would prefer that?
Yes. Yes. Yep. So anytime you're returning an object, an array, anything that's not just a string, you're going to do JSON. So we could technically use that array. We would just need to turn it back into an array because if you look at it, and y'all don't have to do this, but if I were to do type of data, it should tell me that that's a string. And it does, right? So it's
My await is red squiggly.
your what? Your weight is red squiggly? Do you have async on your function
Let's see.
right there? Yeah, you should be in your get menu function.
Async is.
You're waiting in this practice data, or you don't get synced.
Oh, okay.
Good, cool. Yeah, so you can see it's returned as a string, right? So it's an array, but it's put inside of a string. We could just do JSON.parse and it would take the string away and make it an array again. And sometimes you need to do that if like what you're getting back is from somewhere else you don't have control over. So you would just have to change to what you needed it to be. In our case, we have control over the server. So we can change it instead of .send, we can do .json. And this is going to return it as JSON, basically. There may be something weird in that, but let's see. So instead of .text back here or on our front end JavaScript, it's going to be .json as well, because that's what we're wanting back. Okay, so in response.text is now response.json. Anybody remember what JSON stands for?
Yeah. Something object notation.
Yep. What y'all both said, put it together. JavaScript object notation. JSON. And it's literally just means an object. It's just a JSON object. Okay, now if I look, you can see the data type now is an object. Okay. Someone might say, but I thought it was an array. So just to be more confusing, the type, an array is of type object in JavaScript. Yep.
We
So,
wanted in JSON just because it's easier for us to do something with later.
yeah, because with that array, we're then gonna go and show our menu or whatever. If it's a string, you can only do string things to it, right? And the arrays and strings are very similar in what they can do, but if it was like an object instead of a string, like an actual object, not a type of object, then we would do other things. Did you do the type of? I was just doing that to show you guys. Yeah, you don't need to do that necessarily. I'm about to get rid of it. Yeah, no worries. That was just to show the difference in sending back the text string versus the JSON. So if we look at our data now, it should be the array like we would like to see it instead of one big string in an actual array of objects form. That makes sense? Okay, well, that's good. That's good. That's what we want to see. Cool.
I see the code again.
Yep. Which one? The script or?
Script.js.
Yep. Well, we had menu at first and I changed the name. Good. All right, to review, in our front end, on our client side JavaScript, we have made a function that's going to fetch from our server, right? So we wanted to get our menu. This is a GET request because we're not passing any data with it. We're just saying, hey, just give me this back. I just want to get this. Okay. So when we get to our server at that route, the get menu route, it is a GET request. So GET there's for. And then this is reaching out to our database, quote unquote, to get the menu back. And then we're sending that menu back to the front end as our response in JSON. So in the object that it is. Is that pretty clear, right? Good, not terrible. Okay, cool. All right, so once we get that back on our front end, then it's what we already know, right? Like now we're out of the server, so we can do our regular old JavaScript stuff. So y'all got it from here? Good. No? Okay. All right, so we now want to display our menu on our page. So data right here is what is holding our menu object. So if we look back, or if you don't have this, let me find my menu. Let's log in, create menu. Okay, so we got this create menu function, right? And so this stuff that we've seen before, we're going to get our element by ID menu. As long as the menu has something in it, as long as it's not empty, the menu array, then we're going to loop through it, create some list items. I'll put this in the chat for you too. And we're going to change the HTML of each list item to display the things that are in the menu object so that we can have the little thing there. Then we're just going to append it to the child, append child to that UL, unordered list. So let me throw this in the chat for y'all. Go get that pasted in, let me know. Want to make a couple tweaks, wherever you want.
Doesn't matter.
Nope.
Oh, no.
Should hoist. As long as you put it in the right file. Yeah, like don't put it in your HTML or anything.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see.
Just so I can follow along, here's. Like I read the head of login.
Yep. Mhm. Good. Anybody not good? Silence. All right. Okay, so once we have it in there, let's go back to our get menu from server function. So we know that data is our menu, right? And we want to use that function we just created, right?
Call it.
So we got to call it. So if we call it here, so let's create menu, right? Now, we used to have a global menu object, menu array, but we moved that right to our server. So that doesn't exist anymore. So on our create menu, it was using that here, right? But we don't have that now. So somehow we need to give it the menu that we just got back from our server in this function. How do we do that?
That would be in the HTML file.
What would be in
We
it?
could, add something for it to attach to.
So that'll be for whenever we do the element. Right now, we just want to get that menu data into this function. Because right now it's hanging out just where we have it
That's that.
as data. Yep. Yeah, right here.
So. Are you gonna pass in some parameter?
Yep. That's how we get stuff into a function.
So do we need to change the if statement from menu to data and data.link?
Nope. So data is inside of this function, right? So create menu doesn't know anything about it.
We just put data in the parents for the.
Yep. Yeah, we're just gonna pass it right on through. So our create menu function, let's start it. We're gonna pass an argument of data into that function, right? And so then if we go to our create menu function, what do we got to do to accept it into this function? Add a parameter. Perfect. And this we could call menu, right? Because the parameter is just a temporary variable to hold whatever you shove into it. Does that make sense? Anybody mind blown on that bit? Confused? Okay. So this is just regular function calling. We're just passing stuff through, right? I probably made it more confusing than it need to be. Trying to get y'all to dig it out there. Mhm.
That's my feeling, I still don't really know why.
Okay. Yeah, no, you're on the right track. You just gotta eat quick. Yeah, so create menu function doesn't know about data, right? Because it's totally different function, doesn't know anything about it. So in order for us to get that data from one function to another, we have to pass it through as parameters. As pass the arguments in the function, the function down here. Right, so that's data, so that I can get in the create menu function. And then menu is what's catching it. Right, so that's the variable that data is getting shoved into. So then
You declare a function, you can declare parameters.
Mhm.
When you call a function, it looks the same because it's just the things in the parentheses, but that's the argument that goes into the parameter.
Yes, exactly. Yep.
And then you reference it in the function as the parameter. That's the thing that makes my brain a little scramble is you can call whatever you want in the argument,
No,
but then or whatever you're passing as the argument is, can be called one thing, but when you're actually using it in the function, it's gonna be whatever the parameter is called.
yes, exactly. Yep. Yep. Parameter is just the temporary variable that's holding it. The argument is the actual data. So where you're calling the function, you're passing the actual data into it. And then in your function that you're passing it into is that just placeholder temporary variable menu. And you could have called this data too, if you wanted to. If it makes more sense in your brain, you're passing data, you're getting data. That's fine. Since we're already using menu in here, it just worked. But you could totally do data, and then like Robert said, you could have done data and then data.length, blah, blah, if that would have been your parameter name. Cool. All right. Like you were saying, Robert, we now need to see if our HTML actually has this menu ID for this element with the ID menu, which I don't know if y'all actually do or not. So let me find that. Equals menu. Okay. Do y'all have this little menu section?
Yes,
With
but
the-
it's populated, hard-coded with each of our menu items.
All right, kill all that then. Just all you want is just section, just like this. We want no hard-coded menu. Well, I just realized my section and my, that's okay.
Is there a
It's like-
problem that the section and the unordered list both have the idea of menu?
I just noticed that. So it works. Comment it out. Just do control/.
Highlight it?
Yep. Or I mean, or you can just be on the line that you want it done on. If there's any comments in the section you're trying to comment, it's gonna mess you up.
Oh.
And worst case, I mean, you can type out this
Oh.
and then put it on the end.
No.
You should delete the hard-coded menu.
I'll just delete it?
Just delete the hard-coded menu. Get rid of it.
That's-
Your shopping cart's gone? Right. Yeah. That's okay. Yeah, we'll get there.
Sometimes they were straight up of changing something.
There's always Control Z. So listen though, like that's a real concern, but that's why we have Git. That's why we have GitHub.
Because I wanted, I have like the last one we have.
Mm.
So the sound it should
Mm.
be. I wanted to make sure I'm not clearing mud on that.
If you push something that you didn't need to, we can delete it later. It's okay. You're not gonna break anything in this. Nobody's gonna steal your credentials. Yeah. Right. So, but right. But don't be scared. Like commenting stuff out because you're scared that you're gonna need it later is bad practice. So you,
That's all I do.
That's what I do too.
right. So that's why we rely on our tools.
Top of your head.
So that's why we rely on our tools though, right? We have Git, we have version control for that. So like when you're done with the class for today, push what you have. So then tomorrow you're starting and you have the history of it. You can go to this history tab here and see like everything you've done. So if there is something you needed from 2 days ago, you can go back and look and be like, oh, okay, cool. I needed this thing. I can grab it and pull it back. Like just having a giant comment out code, all it's going to do is make you confused.
Yeah.
Because then you're going to be like trying to get through all that stuff. Make sense?
That's me.
Yes,
Look-
exactly.
Look at that.
Right. Right. And plus that'll just get you better at using GitHub, which is huge, like huge. Okay, so whether you comment out or not, we'll move on to this. As long as you have this section with this stuff inside, then you're good. And yes, 2 IDs have menu, which is probably not good, but we'll figure that in a minute. I don't know. I don't think I'm using the section ID actually. We good? Okay. Now let's go and look and see if I have a menu. Hey, I have a menu. How about that? Do you all have a menu?
Yeah.
Looks different. It's probably because I'm scooted over. Well, maybe not. Okay. Anybody not have a menu?
Yeah, go, just got a text.
Okay, man. See you later.
Yes.
You say you do not have a menu? Okay, so let's look at the code. You have this.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. So let's look at our script. And you did copy the create menu function exactly how I have it?
And. What team function create menu? So. My function create menu had data. And I thought that was what we were passing.
No, if you have data here, this needs to be menu.
That's. Let's see, maybe I have children.
You just do Control F and search for them. Hear me? Yeah, it'll be way better than trying to scroll through all that madness. You got a menu? If you're not showing a menu, then at the top of your function menu here, you can just console log menu. Make sure it's getting in there. Check your create menu function where you're calling it at and see if you're passing in data. So down here. Right here, make sure you're passing in data.
It's not like you can see data.
Are you awaiting your JSON?
Let's see that, oh wait, Jason.
Right there?
Data. Oh wait, okay, I have that.
Did you look at your page again after you fixed that last thing? And still nothing?
Oh. Again, could be, no, well,
menu?
something is weird with mine. I don't know.
Oh, okay, yeah, go back to your index, email.
Scroll. You just want to see this.
You're missing. Just that should be inside your UL. Oh.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
That's cool.
Yeah, so is your menu not coming up? Go.
So.
Go to descriptions. And go to your menu. Go to your great menu. Oh, hold on. Where's your, you're not in a function.
That goes here, it's either menu is somewhere, just the word the singular word, because if you go back up to the. Where we're actually.
So the if is gonna stop me in here, we want outside of
You
it.
see how it's just,
Yeah, it's not.
you have a different view, that's the line. Okay, so then it was, okay.
Okay.
Alright. You getting errors here, console? Okay, go back. You're not console logging. Go to. Where are you calling this? Where are you calling that? That one.
I'm just gonna scroll up to this real quick.
You're calling that, but you're not console logging anything. Do kill your live server and server.
Geez, Brian, your trackpad is so smooth.
Open your console. Brother console.
I think it's the same thing that.
Let me see this too. Let me see. Let me see your circuitry. Here,
Oh, you pressed out, Jason.
so that's .json. And then the manual data.
So this is menu one, so you don't have. Oh, it's menu, I'm sorry, menu, because this is this category. So set the server class menu, yeah. So this menu is what you're passing back on the server to the front end.
Okay.
So that's good. So go back to your.
Okay,
So in here, you're getting menu back. So we change that to response.
So
Change menu to response.
oh,
And then, so that's what we're checking on response like that is, and then that's what we're in the JSON.
Okay.
In the data. But should look at check.
so refresh.
Well, actually, kill your server, sorry.
That's, that's not like much. Oh. Screen.
There you go.
Ah.
There you go.
Thank you.
Deborah? Anybody else? Did y'all get?
I think hers might be the same thing that Levy. Let's do that, none of hers is actually. Doesn't look like it's registered.
Okay, let's go to your server, I'm gonna back in that menu. Let's go to your.
Yeah, that may not, I think you get a video.
I'm sorry, anything? Oh, that's great. Go to your phone. Oh, I see, that's great. Okay, go. I think that when you hit create, when you're typing it, you probably hit tab, and it tries to bring in a package.
That is so weird.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
We got one more.
Get tapped, get it by itself, so.
Mhm.
Cool. We have a menu. Does the menu work?
I can't add anything to my cart,
Sweet.
if that's what you need.
That is what I mean. All right, so why is the question? Mine works. So what happens when we hit add cart? Add to cart? Anybody know?
I saw,
Uncaught.
I'm checking the console. Yeah, uncaught type error.
Okay,
Cart
That
index
index
dot
cost
cost
fixed
dot
is not a
fixed
function.
is not a function.
so say that again.
Cart index dot cost dot fixed is not a function.
Okay, so if we look at our create menu function, inside of it, we have a button, right? That we're clicking that has the name and the price and add to cart. So when we look at that, this is the button, right? This is a button that we're creating for each menu item. On that button, we have a function in our on-click called add to cart, which I'm about to jack up. Okay. So this function is being called every time we click it. Do y'all have this function? You do have this function?
Yes.
It's menu and menu. That.
If you don't have it, I'm going to put it in the chat. It's a pretty long function. Okay, if your add to cart does not look like my add to cart, make it look like my add to cart. Well, y'all are checking that out. This right here? Yeah, so parse float, if we hover over it, kind of tells us what it does, right? So it converts a string to a floating point number. Floating point means a decimal, right? Not an integer or decimal. So it's just going to add the like .00 on it, I think. And I think you can specify maybe like how many, you can do a, what is it, two, I forget what it is, but there's like a 2 something that you can tell like how many decimal spots you want.
Basically, that's just kind of making it render like the way currency is.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. So instead of, you know, inputting out something like a latte is $5.97 it's just gonna be $5.97.
Sort of, yes. It will like part,
Very high.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah. You would technically have to tell like how many decimal points you want, but yeah. And I think there are like packages and stuff that you can use like directly for currency. But yeah, in general, this just gives you the decimal points. Okay, everybody get the add cart going? Sweet. Okay. Cool. All right. Does everyone understand what add to cart is doing, or you want me to go through it?
Just say it again.
Okay. All right, cool. So, like we said, we made our, let me close some of this so we can see. In our create menu, we're making that button, right? We're making this whole thing with the button in it, all this jazz. Don't worry about this error over here. So in that button that we're making on there, we are having the add to cart function on each one of those buttons. So that way we can add it to cart. So when that is clicked, it's going to trigger the add to cart function. And so in here, we are passing in the name and the price. So if we look at our create menu again, this is menu at position I.name, right? So when we look at our, we're moving through the array. Yep. So we're starting here on the first one. So menu.name, it's passing that. That's how we're seeing Americano over here. And so for the add to cart button, we're passing the name, we're passing the price. So that way in our function, we then have those in here as name and price, right? So in this case, talking about parameters and all that, the argument we're passing in is the name, right? And then the price is the price, like this. Okay, is that good? Okay. All right, cool. So then we need to take the price and turn it into a float so that we can have the decimals on there. So then the first thing we're going to check is the cart empty? Okay.
Yeah.
So cart in this case at the top, you may remember or maybe not, that we had just an empty array up there that we're going to make our cart. Okay. So that's what this is referring to down here is we have cart. So we're saying is the cart empty? Okay, if it is, and this was the confusing bit, if you remember a few weeks back, how long it was, that we had to kind of figure out, okay, is it empty or not? Do I put it in? How do I take it out? All that stuff. So if it's empty, we know, okay, it's empty. We don't need to add a quantity of anything greater than 1 or whatever. We're just going to add it right in. No thinking about it, just throw it in. So we just create an object, which is just the name of the drink, the price, and then the quantity is going to be 1 because it's empty. There's nothing to add to. And then we just push that into our cart array, right? Cool. Else, so if the cart is not empty, we need to check if this item already exists. So then we can increase the quantity because we don't want to have Americano quantity 1, Americano quantity 1. We want Americano quantity 2 or whatever. Yeah. Yeah. If there's already quantity 4, then quantity 5, right? That'd be a lot of Americanos. So we're going to check, okay, does it exist or not? So we're going to use what's called a flag to keep track of if it exists or not. So we're just gonna say at first, okay, flag is false, item doesn't exist. And then we're gonna loop through our cart to see if it does exist, right? And so if it does have that name, so it does have that drink already in there, we're just gonna increase the quantity by 1, and then we're gonna change our flag to true. So we know, okay, we got it, it's in there. And then we're gonna break out of this loop. Because we got it, right? We increased it by 1, we're out of there. If it does not exist, but, oh wait, what did I say here? If there are items in the cart, but this item does not exist, then we're just gonna put it in there, right? Because we don't need to increase quantity of anything else. It's just a new item. So that's what we're checking on there. Make sense? Cool. Okay, and then once all that's done, then we're gonna go to our update cart function. Because that's how we're actually gonna update the cart. Does everyone have the update cart function, or you want me to throw that in chat too?
I have it, when it does the math, it shows it's not.
Different. Okay, let me just grab this guy and put him in the chat. Okay, make sure your update cart looks like my update cart. Pup cups are free. Absolutely. They never give me a pup cup when there's not a dog in my car, though. Come on.
You just kinda whip the whip.
Heck yeah. Why does the pup gotta have it, you know? Once y'all got that, let me know. Going to faces. All right, so I'll kind of walk through what it does. So very common when updating UI, right? The stuff you see. A lot of times it just gets rid of the old thing and replaces it with a new thing. It's not normally going in and actually just kind of fixing the spots. It's just doing it again. And so that's what we see here is we were setting the total cost to 0. And remember, this happens every time we hit add to cart or remove from cart. So even if we had like $27 in the cart, it's just going to go 0 right now. And then we're starting over. So we're making, or we're grabbing the UI element for where our cart's going to go, our cart items. We are clearing out whatever's in there right now. So if it's got a bunch of things listed in it, clearing them all out, we don't care. And then we're just going to loop through our cart and display them. And so that's what this is doing. Just looping through, dang it. Just looping through, you know, adding up the total cost by quantity times cost, creating that new list item in the cart, and then just inserting the HTML in there, just like we would with the remove button attached to it, and then just appending it to the child. And here's that example of that 2 fixed. So this is how you would just make it 2 decimal spaces. You do .2 fixed with 2 in it. Okay. And so that's what makes the magic of the cart down here pop up. It's beautiful, I know. Make sense? Pretty clear.
Since we're moving a bunch of stuff
Mhm.
to the back end, is this not something that you want to do on the back end, or it just happens so fast that we leave it on the front end?
Since this is manipulating the DOM, we're gonna keep it on the front end. Yeah, you wouldn't manipulate the DOM from the back end, from the server. Mhm.
People like from server, on server, or maybe some server now, so those prices.
Mhm.
Fix it. Yeah.
You could. Yeah, I think it's better to do it closer to where it is gonna be on the page. Because like, say it was like say we weren't talking about money, but you're talking about some other like scientific, you know, number that you need like 17 decimal places for. Like you would want to keep those as pure as possible until maybe you would round them, you know, at the very end or whatever. So,
In this case, though. But like in this case, though, wouldn't we want it to look like the full dollar amount? So rather than 4.5, it would be 4.5 zeros.
well, it is.
No, I mean, in the.
Oh, up here because of these guys? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I probably just didn't do that in the HTML.
Sorry, I guess that was. Talking about.
Where you were talking about like doing it in the server first off, like ASAP.
Not that, and then after the name of login, the create menu.
Mhm.
The function create is where.
Do you mean to display it here in the button? Yeah, I probably should have done it there.
It's menu, I got price, 2 bigs in that section.
Right here?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, it should have been. Actually, it would be right here.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. So we could do the 2 float. What was the float one? What one we just, oh, parse float. So yeah, you would want to, I think just parse float. So that we would make it into decimal and then we could do .2 fixed. Are we taking off?
And I'm still looking at.
Yeah.
Because it's already decimal. We're just telling it.
Well-
two decimals.
It's crazy. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think we would need to do parse float. If it was a whole number, we could do parse float. But yeah, we should be able to get away with that.
Put the two and two fixed.
You are correct. Yeah, there you go. So yes, to answer all of y'all's questions. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's good. Yeah, I didn't even notice in the buttons that it wasn't, so that's good. Okay, so in the update cart. No, so this is, we're just updating the UI of the cart. So when we created when the add button, when we're adding it to it, that's where it's check in to see if, do I need to, add a brand new one or increase the current one quantity? So that's all done. All we're doing at update is just literally wiping the UI and going through that cart and just pasting it on the screen. Yep. What else? Good. All right, cool. So yeah, that's the full stack, right? For that. So we went all the way from the front. On our load, we called, so in our DOM content load, called the menu from the server function, which went to our route /get menu. So we jumped over to our server. In our get menu, we secretly went to the database that doesn't exist and got our menu and passed it back as JSON, right? Because it's not just a string. Back in our script, we awaited for that. So we're an async function because we're going to wait to get that back. So we waited for it and got a response. That response object tells us, is it good? Is it not good? What's going on with it? So if it was not good, if it had a did not have the 200 status error, not error, sorry, status, then it would get out of there. If it was good, then we would await to turn that response into something we can use, which in this case is JSON. And we're going to save that in our data variable. We're going to pass that at the argument is going to be data, which is the actual data, right? Pass that to our create menu function, which will catch it in the parameter of menu in this case. And then we're going to just start making our menu, which is just like we've done before, you know, create our elements and all that good stuff. And then once that's done, then it's going to show up on our page. And then we can start messing with it with our add cart button. We have a delete button on there too. Well, our add cart here, but then in our shopping cart, we have our delete and then our increase quantity and then our remove. And that's the gist. Good? Make sense? Any parts you want to go over slower or make more clear? This is pretty much it, right? Like this is what it's all about. It's all about getting that data, putting it on your page, making it look pretty or as pretty as you want. Selling stuff, you know. So you make money off of this, right? If you can do this, you can build applications and have a career.
Wow.
So.
I mean, you make that sound so easy, but then I think about that code that you showed us earlier where there was this list of things you created and it seems much more complicated than what you're making it sound now.
I mean, but I didn't do all that, right? I mean, I have a team. It's been 5 years in the works. Like, I mean, it's not gonna do that in an hour. So, but it's all doing this. Like, it's all just little pieces of this just put together on a big scale. So.
But to answer your question, it's not easy.
No, it's never easy.
That's the reality, like it's not easy.
But if it,
Very
yeah, exactly. If it was easy, like, why would we do it? Like, it's supposed to be challenging. It's supposed to be problem solving. It's supposed to be fun. If it was easy, then.
AI would work.
Yeah. AI wouldn't lie to me all the time.
So, in the real world, we have our VS called the server. This server would be like the SQL stuff.
So that's database. Yep. We'll get into that next week. Yeah.
Okay, so what is the server like in the real world?
It's a computer. Yeah, servers are just, so you've seen a server rack before? That's
So
just a computer.
Okay.
Yeah. And so the cloud is just somebody else's computer, right? There's nothing actually up there yet. They're trying to put them in space. It's gonna be really cool.
Oh,
But
It'll still just be a computer.
it'll still just be a computer. Yep. So a physical server is just a computer that's made for like big computational things to be fast, to not have a UI, right? And so that's what we're doing with the VS Code. When we're taking a little bit of our computer and making it like its own little computer that just does the server kind of stuff.
so I'm trying to like visualize
Mhm.
this
Yeah, yeah.
in my own stupid way.
Not a stupid way.
Like, here in the house,
Mhm.
which is the server, right?
So, okay. Yes, perfect. So the server is not in your house. So if we're thinking about you have the studs is your HTML, the pane is your CSS, the plumbing is your JavaScript. The server is like your mailbox,
Okay.
right? So it's something that you have to leave the house to get and then bring something back. I should copyright that.
That was the
Yeah.
Send me some,
Yeah.
if you copyright it.
Yeah. I'll give you like a penny. Yeah. No, but yeah, so that's it. Like you have to leave the house to get the server.
I was also imagining like, my house analogy was like, I throw a dog bone out,
Mhm.
and I send the dog to go
Perfect.
yeah,
Yeah.
fetch stuff.
Yep.
Fetch the bone and then.
Right.
bring it over.
Yeah, the dog's gonna bring back some fleas or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Exactly.
raised a really good, this is something that you could use AI, put this analogy in terms of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do that. Yeah.
For people who don't work, like, if you
Mhm.
just tell an AI to explain that like you're 5 years old.
Yep.
Boil that apart.
It does amazing. I had it explain physics to me like I was 5, because I never took physics in high school. And I was like, and then like once I like do that and I understand it, then I'm like, all right, explain it like I'm 10, and just kind of move up until I'm like,
This is modules 1, 2, and 3, right? What will the next 3 modules bring to the table?
next is React, which Derek's going to teach you React next.
What does React do?
React is a front end framework now. It used to be library of JavaScript. It's made in JavaScript, and so what it does. Originally, its goal it was to be a single page application. So our coffee shop is right now a single page application. But imagine you have your about page and you have your, like you have your actual shopping cart, or your menu is like a different page. So you'd have like several different index.html pages. They'd be called different things. What React did is you just had one page, and everything on your page was split up into components. And so each of those components you could then change out as needed. So you would never have to go, like your URL would always be localhost or whatever, like walmart.com, for example. Like you wouldn't have walmart.com/produce or whatever. It would all be right there. And the page would render, as it's called, with each change, and it tracks each change that happens. So you can keep it all right there. And that sounds very wild and crazy, and it is, but it's when you get in the React mindset, it's just, it opens up so many possibilities. Mhm. Yeah.
Updating the individual page for all that information, does that cut out the SEO piece?
No, so I'm not an SEO expert by any means, but there is one HTML page in React, and it's just your index.html. No, it's very short. It has one line. But it is aligned with an ID. I'll just show you. We shouldn't get into React right now. This is going to come back to bite us, but I'll show you.
That was kind of initially developed by Facebook, right?
Yes.
So if you wanna, when he talks about a single page application, if you think about Facebook.com, all of the things that Facebook.com is doing is all on the one page, Facebook.com. It's your feed, the little messaging app, notifications, all of those functionalities are happening in that one page. And it's just different components of React that are generating live notifications. So when you click notifications, you get something, you can see them. You get a message, it pops up. When you scroll down in your feed, it's constantly loading more and more and more stuff. You're never going to facebook.com/page2. You never go to page 3. Now, they've expanded that a little bit. If you go to somebody's profile, it's obviously a different page. But your news feed, your home feed, one page doing a ton of stuff, and that's kind of where the React ideology comes from, because when you start opening new tabs, navigating across your browser, everything opens in a new window, it can be hard to keep the user straight. Where are they and what are they supposed to be in? What context are they in? And React kind of helps you keep your user in the context that they're supposed to be, and like organically.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's good. And the other big thing about React is you don't have to refresh the page. Like right now, if you go to a form and you're filling out a form, when you hit submit, the page refreshes. With React, that form is its own component. So that form itself will re-render, and the whole rest of the page is still there. So you don't have to go anywhere. So this is an index.html file, the only HTML file in all of this, right? So in my source, like I have all these components and all this stuff, and there's just crap ton of stuff in here. The head has a bunch of junk in it, but the body is literally that. Like that's it. There's an ID of root, which is what your first component grabs onto, and then everything else just goes into that. So I think for SEO, like you would do all your stuff in here. But again, I'm not an SEO expert by any means. Yeah. Mhm.
So that would save one page.
Mhm. Yep. Yeah.
One thing about SEO as well is generally what you're doing is you want your site to be searchable by robots, and what they're looking for is data on page, text on page, links on page. A React application isn't doing text and stuff. I mean, it's not a blog. It's an application that's actively, dynamically doing things that is going to be specific to the logged-in user. And so you definitely are gonna have pages in your good network of sites that are dedicated to text and about pages. But your about page is gonna have a web application on it that's doing a bunch of stuff. It's gonna have text and links and stuff like that SEO really cares about.
Well, that's what I want, because you're kind of talking about React, you can do like the website and eliminate pages, right? So that's why we like.
Right.
Do that, and then how does that work?
Yeah, so where all that would be in that head.
Like, I don't got for your website, you know, elimination and enhances it. Like, you wouldn't want to build a website fully React.
No, absolutely you'd want to, yes. Yeah, you're replacing your website. Your website's gone. Your React is the application, right? So it takes you from website to web application, right? But the website is going to be in your React. You're not going to have a React site. I'm sorry, you're not going to have a basic site that connects to a React site. Like that's not how it works. React is it. Okay. That's it. So let's see. We're getting out of hand though. You got to get this stuff down first. Okay. Before we ever get to React, you have to do this. So a lot of places, front end React, back end Node.js with Express Server, right? This is what we do at my job. Next.js, which you will learn eventually, so please don't ask any questions about it, is very big and up and coming. But this knowing Node.js with Express is what's under the hood of Next.js. So you got to know this to go forward. Okay. React is front end only. So once we start front end, next time when we start React, not next week, you're still going to have a server just like we're building here. So this is huge. Like this is it. React stuff, don't worry about it. We're good. We'll get there. It'll make more sense. It's going to blow your mind. You're going to love it. And then you're going to hate it. And then you're going to love it again. But this is huge. This is key. Okay. Cool. So we still got an hour-ish to work on this. Yes.
What to include or not, we can go back to that, I don't want to talk about that last week, but. kind of want to begin.
Sure. Which part? I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Okay.
And do I need to do that?
Oh,
today?
Get ignore. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So we'll do that right now. So you're going to make a get ignore file. It needs to be in your server folder. Okay. Because the things on the front end is your front end application. You'll put everything in there with the exception once we get to React. Don't worry about it right now. Okay. So, but if you have a server, basically, you're going to need to get ignore so you can ignore the node modules and other folders like that.
Touch,
Because they touch.
say touch and thumb to create the getting.
Yeah, you can. Yeah. Yep. Or you can just do it in here. So it's just .get ignore. Okay. And it's going to have this cool little get symbol next to it if you have. It doesn't matter if it doesn't though. I think that's a package
So
thing.
it's a new file, right?
New file. Yep. Okay. So in here is just, you're just going to list out what you want to ignore. So in our case, we do not want the node modules to go to Git, right? We want them to be ignored. So you just do / node modules. Node _ modules. Okay. So I did the / just because this is telling it it's a folder, right? If it was not a folder, so if I wanted to just say I didn't want, I don't know, package.json, which you do, but let's say I didn't, you would just literally write the name of it. Okay. So to know this worked, occasionally it'll like gray out over here, but sometimes it doesn't for some reason. But if you go to your GitHub folder, then it will be in there. I don't think I actually have this on my GitHub. So let me look at another one, for example. You see it's on there? Okay. Oh, I'm in my curriculum. Okay, so mine's a bad example because I got a bunch of crap in here. But you will only see in here the folders that you are not ignoring. So in your GitHub desktop, you should not see node modules folder. Is that everybody good on that? Okay, mine's a bad example, I'm sorry. And then if you did put package.json, get rid of it because we definitely want that in there. Okay. The other ones we had mentioned last week were like a .env file, which is for environment variables, which we don't have any currently, so we don't even need to have that file. And those are really the two big ones currently that we need to worry about. When we get into the other stuff, there will be more to ignore because there's a lot of setup files and things that when you do npm install, they'll do it. But we don't need to worry about that right now.
On this git ignore file, if I'm not pushing that up to GitHub, but like my live thing is like the line on GitHub for a lot of this information, how would it know about any of the node module since it's only on my computer?
Your live thing, you mean if you have it deployed?
Yeah.
So when you deploy stuff, you'll have a deployment script. So like you'll say npm start in the, like, so if you go to Netlify, which is where I use, here's something. Net move. So I'm gonna go log in. I gotta log out of my other guy. No, you're fine. Again, so this is when you have 3 different GitHubs. You gotta do this. Let's go this way. So when I'm on Netlify, if I want to deploy a site, in your site settings, so just for example, this one, in my deploy settings, there are build commands and things that will run. And so when you run these, like it'll be like your npm start or your npm run build or whatever. And so that's where it'll tell it to like get your node modules and stuff like that. So the things that were ignored are going to be things that are not necessarily needed in your build, right? Does that make sense?
I mean, a lot of things that get ignored are needed.
Anything that's in your
You
git
just don't
ignore.
want it to be, like, accessible by.
Oh, you mean like your .envs?
I guess.
Okay, so yeah, there's also a space right here called environment variables.
I see. So somewhere this information does get uploaded, but it's just inaccessible to the end user.
Exactly. Yep. Yep. So when you put it on here, when you're deploying something and you put your scripts and you put your environment variables, none of this is in the code, right? So in your code, like for environment variables, you'll have process.env.whatever, and that's how it knows to look for this stuff. And this stuff is just given to the provider here, and they inject it in there when it's needed. So it never actually is in the code for the hacker or whoever to take. Yeah. And any file you have that would be needed that you can't inject like this, you would just have to upload it. But that would never have any secret or anything like that in it. So.
Also one of the harder parts. It's
Mhm.
this sort of stuff, like site configuration. It's, if you get any of it slightly wrong.
Yes, yes, indeed. Okay. We'll do some deployments later and deal with a little bit of that. What else? Good. Want to go through some more? You try it on your own for a little bit. Got about 45 minutes. Neither one. Want to take a nap? Okay. All right, let's look at what we got. We got.
Previously we had stuff about discount codes.
Yeah, y'all did that with Derek. I don't think I have that.
Would that be something you would be doing on the server side, or are we still leaving that up front? Cause it kind of feels like you wouldn't want the discount code ID or whatever to be accessible by the end user.
Right. Yeah. So likely you'd have a table in your database for discount codes or whatever. And maybe on your, you'd have on your front end, like however you're handling your discount codes, basically. So you would grab whatever the discount code is from the server, and maybe it's based on location or like time of the year, maybe holiday, I don't know. But yeah, you would grab that from your database via the server, bring that back and then plug it in wherever needed. So yeah, definitely that would be a server side thing. Any sort of data that you're going to get is going to come from server, API, database, something like that. Right. Okay. Let's see. We can move our username and password over there. Yeah, let's do that. Because you don't want those exposed, right? So, and really, I think I said this before, your authentication, you're never going to write yourself. Always use a package for that. For one, liability reasons, because if you write it and somebody steals some stuff, it's your problem. If you're using somebody else's package, you can be like, well, crap, the package didn't work, right? Or whatever. And the package likely has thought of way more things than you've thought about as far as authentication goes. So it'll be better. Ooh, this might be a challenge. Let's see if we can find a package, authentication package. So everybody go to NPM and start looking for authentication. Authentication. Just like passport.
Yeah, that's the first
What is
one.
that looks awful. So notice how there's no anything in here, like no description, no anything. Run away. We don't want to mess with that. Oops. Authentication. Next off. OctaKit. GitHub app authentication. Service count token. What about an easy one?
There's one called this for a little bit.
Was that Hawk? That was one called Hawk.
Not the top one, oh, yeah.
This one? Express compatible. Let's see what it does for us.
So this is what we call referring to documentation.
Yes.
This is something if you end up getting a job somewhere, and if you go and you start and you're lost and you're just like, I don't know what to do, I'm asking coworker for help. More often than not, they're gonna tell you to read the documentation. So this is something that you need to get really comfortable with. I don't know what I'm doing, let me look up some documentation, see if you can point me in the right direction. It's a lot of reading. If anything, when you're starting out, it's more reading than it is actually writing. So get comfortable with this.
You can also just throw this link into ChatGPT and say, please explain this to me, and they'll do a great job at it. This one, just by looking at it, is pretty complicated for what we want to do. This one here. So we could do this. We're not going to do it in 45 minutes or whatever, but a JSON web token is sort of like it's a string of letters and numbers that you would just pass along to like as verification. So one side you would pass it, the other side you would use this to, you receive it and then use this to look up if it matches and then verify that way. I don't think we're going to find one in our short period of time. So let's just get into this real quick. And let's move our user to the back end. So at the top, you should have your user object. So we'll just grab that, put it on the server, just like we did with the menu. Got that. All right. So,
When you move
Hmm?
the user, you don't delete it from the script, right?
yeah, delete it from the script.
Or you delete
Delete it, get rid of it. Get that out of here. Okay, everybody got on the server? Beautiful. Okay, cool. So we have this handle login to function, at least mine's called to, I don't know about y'all's. So currently in this function, we're preventing default, because remember, anytime a form is ran, it's gonna try to refresh the page. That's the initial way it was built. They never changed it. So that's what it does. So we don't want our page refreshing. So we're gonna prevent default. Then we're gonna look at our username element and see the value of it to see if it matches. And then same thing with password. Currently, this will not work because we don't have a user in our script.js anymore, right? So we need to move all of this functionality to the backend, to the server, so we can check back there if it's good or not, and then return back if it is, right? So in order to, so we still need to get the username and password from the front end, right? Because we need to know what we're passing back. Oh, this would be good. So we can do a post. We can do a post quickly. Okay. All right, cool. So this top part, like this is all still fine because we need to get back the username and password. So right here is where we're actually checking if it's good or not. So this is where we're going to need to actually go to our server to check it out, right? So if we think about, you can think about this front to back or back to front, either way. If we know in our server, we're going to want to check this, then we know we're going to need a route for it. So we could go ahead and go to our server and make that route first. Or we could stay here and go, okay, I know we're going to pass all this stuff and then make the route afterwards. So it just depends on which kind of way you want to think about it, is the way you want to do it. I think we're going to jump to the server first and just make a route. So let's make a new route. I'm just going to copy this one here. And then we're going to have to change a couple things, right? So because we're actually going to be passing some data to it, and we're not passing it in the URL, we're going to have to post, right? So instead of app.get, we're going to be an app.post. Okay. And then I'm going to change the route name. I'm just going to call it login. And I'll put my console log just to make sure we're getting there. And then I'll change this, just say check user login. And I just commented out the rest.json for now. Screen. Pretty good there. Cool. So now we have this route login. So just like we did before, we're gonna make a fetch, right? So we can get to it. And we know we're gonna get a response back. So we'll go ahead and make our response variable and set it to our fetch. Okay, and then in our fetch, we're gonna pass our URL, right? So localhost 3000 / login is what I called my route, right? Yep.
Remember, no S, HTTP.
Yep, no S in this case. We will, yes.
This is what.
Yeah. Yeah, we can go ahead and throw in a wait before the fetch. Spell it correctly. And you'll notice that there's some squiggly lines because our function is not async, which is what it's telling us. That await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So we'll have to go back to our top here of our function and just put async in front of it. So now our await is happy. Okay, so we just added async at the function right there. Okay. So this is going to be a post method, not a get method, because we're going to need to pass stuff to it. So that's going to be a little bit different than the get, because the get, this is all we need, right? Just give it the URL, it gets, we're good. In this case, we're going to have to pass some stuff to it. So I cannot remember how to do that. So we're going to have to look at our documentation. So let's ask ChatGPT. How to make a fetch post. All right, cool. So we're going to pass a couple things. We're going to pass the method, and this is an object that we're going to pass to it, right? So we need the method, we need the headers, and then we need the body. So if I grab this guy here, paste that. Okay. You could actually do this with a get if you wanted to. You have method and then just have get there instead of post. But you know, why write more code when you don't need to?
All that is within constant response. All the.
Yep, it's all within the fetch. Yeah, the fetch starts here and ends down there. So this is just whenever it said you can have that second part, that init part, that's what we're actually passing in now. Okay. So method is post, and method, again, there's put and delete and a bunch of other HTTP methods, but we're using post because it's the best. So whenever you do a post or anything beyond a get, you have to give it headers, which tell it what we're sending, right? So in this case, we're going to be sending JSON because we're going to pass an object with our username and our password in it, which you would never do in real life. That's why we let authentication be handled elsewhere. But for practice, it's okay. Once you get to the body, don't type what it says there, because we're going to change it. Just make sure you got the methods and the headers and start the body, but then we're going to put some different values in there. speed coding now. Okay, once you get to the body, we're gonna change key 1 to username and key 2 to password. Oh, we just have to use username. So in the body, we're making an object right here, which we're stringifying, and I'll explain that in a second. And we're just using key value pairs for username. And we're passing the username, and then password, we're passing the password, which those came from right above here when we got the values from the HTML. Okay.
Let's need the async function again.
On the fetch. The thing that you await is the thing that is going to reach out and grab something. It's like the thing we got to wait for. Just-
So before our fetch query, we have that console.log that is accessing username via user.user.
Yeah, I think we had it. Because we had it like this. Because we were using that user object with the dot username. That's why we had that. So we don't need that console log anymore.
Would that now be a preferred method since
No, so we're just getting the variable username right here. We're using that to get that value back from HTML. So we don't have that object anymore on this code, on the front end. You got that so far? Okay, so the reason that we don't just pass the object is because you can't just pass an object from your front end to your server. It has to be stringified. So basically, anytime you pass something, either way, well, from your front end to your server, from your client to your server, it has to be in a string, right? So that's why we're stringifying it. So like we saw earlier when we had the array was like printed out, but it was one long string. That's what we're doing here. We're just putting this object in a string so it can go to the back end that way. Go to the server that way. I think it's just has to do with how data's passed, I guess, maybe like little packets of strings or something. Not 100% on that. I'm not a networking guy. I've had to do networking the last 2 days at work or last week, and I'm like, just let me write code. But it's good stuff to know for sure. But it's outside of my realm.
I think I'm lost.
On this,
I'm lost between the front end and the back end.
okay. What do you got on the front end? Do you have an error or it's just all jacked up?
This is my server. I have my constant. Is that what it is? Then.
Run your log. Yeah, that's fine support, but anything else
Okay.
Are you sure?
That's script. Sync function.
Well, this is your gateway.
Oh.
You have your login.
And you will. Yeah. Go on, go on. Recommend that, sir. And then first login. I thought.
Yeah, everyone. No,
I think they should.
hit enter. Hit enter.
Really? Okay. This,
Okay, so that's what's gonna go.
wait, we will do the second one. Under login two.
Yeah, there you
So I have my sync.
go.
I don't see my, wait.
Yeah, just put it right in front of us.
Oh, okay, that was it.
Everybody else good so far?
Yeah.
Your faces? Well, nothing is happening yet. So where are you getting an error at? On your browser? Yeah, don't worry about that yet. We're not there. Okay, so everybody got the rest of this written down, typed out? Cool. Okay, so we are we're sending this data along to the backend, right? So in our server, in our login route, we're gonna console log. If you have this console log, that's cool. Just add a rec dot body after it. So the whatever you pass to it in the body of your script here, you're gonna catch it on this side with rec dot body. Okay. And so it's a request. So remember we have the REQ and RES. So request is what's coming in. And that request object has a body key with whatever you pass to it. Okay. So when we log this in our terminal, we should see this object stringified. Okay. So if you've done that, go ahead and kill your server and start it up again. And once you do that, then you should be able to refresh your browser and see nothing. Oh, sorry, not refresh. We're actually gonna have to log in because that's what calls this. Remember our handle login to? That's actually on the login that happens, not on our event load. So if I actually try to log in here, hit login, then we see undefined, which is fantastic.
My rec is creating an error. Useful. Rest of one is not being recognized.
Is it undefined or is it not? You're getting an error? Where are you seeing the error at? In your terminal?
Yeah, on mine. Right.
Oh, you see the column after your string, right before you write. Oh, you got a comma. There you go.
Small things.
Yep.
Strip off real quick. Go out like line 40.
This down here, we don't need to worry about that.
Oh.
Have it post patterns.
You got backticks. You got backticks and those because of what you use this.
Okay, what do you already know the difference? I'm not constant. What are we doing?
What error are you getting? Yeah. Well, I just changed it to backticks and it didn't break. You got a comma after your URL?
Using that comma and
Yes.
symbol.
Yeah, yeah. Um, Oh, I think I know. I think we had a body parser. I think that's why we're getting. it. Yeah, you should get undefined right now. Yeah, I got a body parser. So if you're getting undefined, I just put in Slack some code we got to throw into our server.
One of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. So just add this code. Again, it's in the Slack.
That goes to the server file.
Yep. It's some more middleware. Yep.
Kill server, stat server.
Yep. Once you get that, then, and you should see your object that you're passing through when you log in. I'll see in the object now. Good, most folks.
Yeah. He's happy.
Okay. No. Nowhere. Okay. Good.
Alright, so
Thank you,
inside,
everybody.
it's like. Okay, oh, yeah.
Yeah. Thanks. Great, thank you so much. Figure something on the summer close.
You okay? I didn't know it was the case, dude. Usually it lights up like that, it's something.
Every time I talk last week, like, it just, here's the guy.
Oh, you know your. Go back to your gas. Front end. Is this the one that you're calling when you, get your login? There you go. So you're calling handle login one.
No,
You had two, right?
yeah, I didn't change it. I'll copy your code from when you shut up, I think it's mine,
Thank you.
thank you.
Anybody else? Good? Okay. So everyone should be seeing in their terminal should have this object. This is after you type in login and hit login. This is not on load.
And, are we using accurate password?
Doesn't matter.
Oh,
This is just what is being typed into the fields. Mhm. Well, when you hit login. Are you, do you have right here, are you getting it back correctly? Are you using handle login too? In HTML? So on your login, make sure your the on submit is handle login too.
oh, mine was
The other one.
not logged in, yeah.
Is your function in your script name login too, or just login? Okay, that's fine, as long as those match. But I know a lot of people had login too. Okay. And then when you're in your script, if you console log username and password, are you seeing what you're typing?
See that too?
So it should-
It's blank when you look at it here. So make sure that your elements that you're getting are correct, the IDs on them are. So as long as that's right, when you console log it, you should see what you're typing after you hit login.
It's weird.
Mine might be in the mainland because I have changed some things.
I see, yeah.
Also,
Yeah, this comes out.
this one is
Yeah. It's a good one.
slash.
Let's see if it does it.
So we need to reverse that.
Yeah.
So, I.
Something there. Working on it. Very good.
Oh, now it's better. I don't know. But he was hiding.
Okay, your name,
That is.
They're missing one. Because that, see how it wants. Margaret, you're missing.
So right here, that's.
You're missing one. That's to be over. You have that?
Yeah. So essentially, we moved that user object, user dot.
And volume.
So,
And this one was.
so this user entry name, we moved that user object to the server. So the user object does this.
This one goes to
The header, so then.
Yep. This one goes to that one.
This upgrades. Here.
So that's
Yeah, it's.
also, I was seeing that.
Yeah.
From me.
Let's see the other end. See the
So maybe I was back.
Using it.
So underneath the views.
My user.
We do have to be out of here at 2, unfortunately. So we'll pick this up next week.
Again.
It'll be good. And if you want stickers, please take stickers.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna fill my refrigerator.